Chapter 252. The narrow terrain of the cave tunnel was advantageous for Xia Yan to fight. Regardless of how many enemies there were, Xia Yan wouldn't have to face too many enemies at the same time. Hence, she wouldn't be attacked like she did just now. Hearing that there were lava ghoul witches, Jiang Shao naturally chose to continue probing. After all, the gold quality bell was waving at him. He frantically said, "Okay, I'll keep an eye on releasing the sound of silence." Xia Yan smirked, but unfortunately, she was wearing a dust-proof mask. Hence, Jiang Shao couldn't see her confident smile. Xia Yan said, "It's okay, don't be so nervous. Do you still remember our battle in the cave tunnel of the arsenal?" Jiang Shao finally remembered the savage couple that was skewered by Xia Yan. He couldn't help but say, "Ah Zhen and Ah Chang." Until now, Xia Yan still couldn't understand why Jiang Shao named them Ah Zhen and Ah Chang. She ignored Jiang Shao and held her breath while listening attentively to the sound. She then walked towards the inside of the tunnel. The cave tunnel in the volcanic dimensional space was incomparable to the one in the arsenal. The weather there was pleasant and sunny, unlike here. The further they walked in, the hotter and more stuffy it became, and they even had a feeling of suffocation. Xia Yan also had to use her star technique, burning flame, to illuminate the area, causing the temperature around them to be even higher. Shoo! Xia Yan suddenly stopped in her tracks, and immediately afterwards, the flames on the giant sword in her hand quietly extinguished. The surroundings of the two of them immediately fell into darkness. As the flames on Xia Yan's giant sword were extinguished, a faint flame appeared in the tunnel in front of them. In the tunnel where visibility was very low, the two of them looked at each other. Their bodies stuck close to the scorching wall, and they quietly crept up. Accompanied by the murmurs of demons, two small heads popped out of the tunnel, one above and one below. They then looked in the direction of the sound and the flame. Indeed, there was a group of lava ghouls living there. There were no tall lava ghoul generals or powerful lava ghoul warriors. There was only a bonfire that was set up high, with two red-haired demon sorcerers dancing in front of it. There are actually two lava ghoul witches here. What kind of strange dance is this? What are these two guys doing? Offering sacrifices and praying. The two lava ghoul witches were jumping around. One of the lava ghoul witches revealed a happy smile on its ugly face, like a happy little child. The other lava ghoul witch's emotions were the complete opposite. It looked furious and roared at the bonfire from time to time. Racial suppression was really something. The little lava ghouls didn't dare to make a sound after being reprimanded by the lava ghoul witch. They remained motionless, like a leader reprimanding his subordinates. The two lava ghoul witches danced around the bonfire, which was built by a dozen lava ghouls. The little ones remained motionless under the lava ghoul witches scolding and cautiously burned the flames. What happened next became interesting. The two lava ghoul witches danced a strange dance, and as they danced, they finally danced together. The more Xia Yan looked at it, the more she felt that something was amiss. She tilted her head and couldn't help but look down. Jiang Shao was also leaning against the hot wall, but he was squatting on the ground and looking in the direction of the bonfire with his head tilted. At this point, Jiang Shao couldn't help but raise his head. The two of them looked at each other and realized what was about to happen. Jiang Shao hurriedly asked, "How long is the gestation period of the lava ghoul witch?" Although Xia Yan gave the impression of being a crazy girl, she was, in fact, a legitimate student of the elite class. Her grades were much better than Jiang Zhao's. At the very least, she was much better than Jiang Shao in terms of dimensional studies. Xia Yan lowered her voice and said softly, "If a lava ghoul which gives birth, it will take at least 9,095 days. That's awkward." Jiang Shao scratched his head. Even if he waited there, he would only be able to stay for 3 days at most, after which the competition would end. Even if Jiang Shao was extremely capable, he wouldn't be able to shorten the gestation period and deliver the baby within 3 days. Most importantly, the lava ghoul witches might not necessarily succeed. Although they were singing, dancing, praying, and offering sacrifices, they might not be of any use at all. In that case, I can only take 2 lava ghoul witch star beads, Jiang Shao said with some pity and pursed his lips. If the 2 lava ghoul witch star beads were left to be raised, there would be too much uncertainty. Not to mention the lava ghoul witch babies, they might even fly away. Team number 23, Jiangbin High School. All of a sudden, the voice of the official staff sounded in Jiang Zhao's invisible earphones. The sudden voice gave Jiang Shao a great shock. Immediately afterwards, Han Jiangshue's voice sounded from the invisible earphones. Please speak. Team number 23, Jiangbin High School. Contestants Xia Yan and Jiang Xiaopi, please reply if you receive this message, the staff said again. Xia Yan and Jiang Shao looked at each other. A few seconds later, Xia Yan pressed on the invisible earphones and answered, Got it. Draw a map and collect information about the monster population. Leave the cave immediately, the staff said through the earphones. Jiang Shao was immediately displeased and thought, how can this be? This is daylight robbery. I killed a lava ghoul witch and you should deduct my point. Why didn't you let me kill it? Those are 2 lava ghoul witch star beads. Xia Yan frowned slightly and did not respond. The middle-aged male voice in the earphones repeated again, leave the cave immediately after collecting information about the monster population. Jiang Shao did not beat around the bush and simply said, Is this an order or a suggestion? I don't want to listen to either. Han Jiangshue's voice sounded through the earphones, and there was a hint of concern in her cold voice. Xiaopi, what's the matter? Jiang Shao answered, We found 2 lava ghoul witches and were about to kill them to sell for money when they suddenly ordered us to turn around and leave. More than 10 seconds later, the staff interrupted the conversation between Jiang Shao and Jiang Shao. I suggest that the contestants leave the cave. According to the combat power that you have displayed, the organizers of the competition are willing to compensate you with 2 lava ghoul witch star bead. Jiang Shao was slightly stunned. It's settled just like that? Wow. The organizers are way too nice to the students, aren't they? Boss. How generous. You guys must have been inconsiderate and caused a misunderstanding just now. I was being too narrow-minded. Logically speaking, Jiang Shao was the weaker party no matter which angle he looked at it from. Even if they forced Jiang Shao to leave, what could he do? After all, what he wanted was a good ranking and bonus points for the college entrance examination. His lifeline was still in the hands of others. However, looking at the solution they gave, he felt that it was too humane. Jiang Shao said meekly, These 2 lava ghoul witches are going to have babies. They're star pets. They're medical star pets too. TSK. How can 2 lava ghoul witch star beads be enough to make up for my losses? Xia Yan lowered her head and looked at Jiang Shao in shock. She was obviously thinking, how shameless are you? Putting aside whether the lava ghoul witches can successfully conceive, even if they do, can you get the lava ghoul witch baby? Your resources are enough for you to survive here for 3 months. Don't even mention 3 months. Even if you don't want to leave, the Guardian team will arrive in 20 minutes. You'll have to leave. Your current choice is to harm others without benefiting yourself. If I can't get the baby, you guys won't have a chance either. Kill these 2 lava ghoul witches, take the 2 star beads and leave. Besides, you'll also have to bear the wrath of the officials. You might not do well in this competition. Besides, after thinking about it carefully, Jiang Shao wondered what kind of department could organize the provincial second wasteland reclamation. Jiang Shao was just a student, and he would definitely suffer if he went against them. However, faced with Xia Yan's astonished expression, Jiang Zhao's expression did not change at all. He smiled calmly and thought, I don't want to. After a long while of silence, a man's voice sounded. Jiang Xiaopi from Jiangbin High School, this is not a place for you to bargain. We will provide you with 2 lava ghoul witch star beads to make up for your losses. We will also reduce the deduction of your points appropriately. Jiang Shao and Xia Yan had just slaughtered a group of lava ghouls. According to the rules, they would definitely have to deduct points. Jiang Shao stopped while he was ahead and said, "Got it. Yes, sir. Can I leave later? I haven't seen how lava ghoul witches make babies." Xia Yan really didn't want to hear the conversation between Jiang Shao and the officials anymore. She pressed one hand on the back of Jiang Zhao's neck and lifted him up. She then turned around and strode away in a bid to drag him out of the cave. Jiang Shao. It was his first time being grabbed by the back of his neck, and Jiang Shao was a little at a loss for what to do. At this moment, the voice of the staff sounded in the earpiece. "If possible, I hope you can record this scene. It's very valuable for us to research. It's a very precious video material." Xia Yan stopped abruptly in her tracks, her face full of question marks. The officials suggested watching it. Jiang Shao was stunned too. He stammered, "By your orders, by your orders." Chapter 253. "Let's see, they let us see," Jiang Shao said softly. "After all, we're begging them to deduct fewer points from us." Xia Yan pursed her lips and seemed reluctant. However, she still let go of his hand and put him down. Jiang Shao was a little excited because he did not have many opportunities to witness the mating of two lava ghoul witches. After all, there were not many lava ghoul witches in the first place. Jiang Shao tiptoed to the corner of the tunnel and chuckled. The viewership ratings of the second Wasteland Reclamation competition weren't high in the first place. This time, the viewership ratings will definitely shoot up. Xia Yan was speechless. As soon as Jiang Shao poked his head out, Xia Yan pulled his head back before he could get a clear look. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Xia Yan pressed Jiang Zhao's head with one hand and straightened his body to lean against the wall of the tunnel. She then took off the headband on his head and leaned out of the corner of the tunnel to film the scene inside. Jiang Shao asked, "What are you doing?" While looking at the two lava ghoul witches curiously, Xia Yan said, "You're still young, it's not suitable for children." Jiang Shao asked, "Who said I'm small?" Xia Yan asked, "If you're not, who is? If you don't let go of me, I'll heal you." Xia Yan pressed his face against the wall and said, "Shoo, don't make a sound. Ah, this bastard. You only know how to look at it yourself and not let others see it." Just as Jiang Shao was about to flare up, he heard the sound of the staff coughing through the invisible earpiece. Jiang Shao finally remembered that the miniature camera had a recording device too. Hence, the conversation between him and Xia Yan had been recorded. The two lava ghoul witches were filming an action movie while he and Xia Yan were bickering. If there was a live broadcast, the two of them would become the commentators. Jiang Shao shut his mouth in time, but Xia Yan had a look of disgust on her face. She was clearly disgusted by the scene. She turned around the corner of the tunnel and reached her hand out of the tunnel to record the video. The two kindergartners stared at each other. In the quiet tunnel, they were silently competing, as if they wanted to defeat the other with their eyes. In the beginning, the two children were still at loggerheads with each other. However, as time passed, Jiang Shao gradually felt that the atmosphere was a little off. In such a quiet tunnel, it was hot and stuffy. Their breathing was short and rapid, as if they could hear each other's heartbeats. Xia Yan felt a scorching sensation on her palm and it was ticklish. She then removed her hand from Jiang Zhao's face. The husky, who was supposed to be crazy, had a blush on her pretty face. She actually looked away. Oh no. It was a heart attack. The feeling of ecstasy. Jiang Shao was on the verge of crying out in happiness. You finally see me as a human being. As an 18-year-old adult woman, how could Xia Yan have feelings for a kid? What did Xia Yan's behavior mean? It meant that Jiang Shao was already a man in Xia Yan's heart. Compared to before, Jiang Shao had indeed grown taller. Although he still had a buzz cut, his behavior was sharp and clear. Most importantly, Jiang Zhao's abilities had undergone a drastic change. The two of them vaguely heard the sound of footsteps, which finally broke Xia Yan's awkwardness. The members of the Guardian team were here. A few soldiers took over Xia Yan and Jiang Zhao's positions and chased them out. It seemed that the soldiers were probably going to protect the lava ghoul witch. Jiang Zhao carried his sword and carried his bag while walking forward silently. A smile appeared on his face as he took out a bottle of mineral water from his bag and handed it to Xia Yan. Xia Yan took it, took off her dust-proof mask and gulped it down. "Don't fall in love with me. I'll break your heart." Jiang Zhao chuckled. Gulp, gulp, cough, 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 cough. Xia Yan was drinking water generously when she heard Jiang Zhao's words. She choked and coughed continuously. Jiang Zhao hurriedly went forward and patted her back. Xia Yan coughed for a while, wiped her mouth, and looked at Jiang Zhao in a daze. "Me? Fall in love with you?" Jiang Zhao shrugged his shoulders. His meaning was self-evident. Xia Yan pushed Jiang Zhao away fiercely and yelled, "If I fall in love with you, I'm a puppy." Jiang Zhao froze for a moment, feeling that the scene was familiar. She seemed to have said the same thing in the arsenal back then. Jiang Zhao got excited and teased the husky. "Don't hide it, I already know." Xia Yan was dumbfounded. Jiang Zhao sighed and pretended to say, "I know little Jiangshue's personality. She's cold, stubborn, and not easy to get along with. You'll be asking for trouble if you make friends with her. Why have you been following her around all these years?" Xia Yan opened her mouth and stammered, She's my best friend." Jiang Zhao humphed and said, "Come on, I've already figured it out. You're just trying to get close to me. It must have been tough on you all these years. You must have suffered a lot because you had to endure Han Jiangshue's cold personality, right?" Xia Yan was dumbfounded. Jiang Zhao suddenly stabbed the sword into the hot soil and held Xia Yan's shoulders with both hands. He asked affectionately, "Is it worth it for me?" Xia Yan's pupils constricted slightly, and she was so infuriated that her hands actually trembled a little. She pushed Jiang Zhao's shoulders with her hands and hooked her feet around his legs before placing him on the ground. Xia Yan lifted the giant sword and slammed it down. "Who asked you to be so naughty? I'll let you be naughty." "Stop hitting me." Jiang Zhao hurriedly got up and crouched down with his hands on his head. "If you hit me again, I'll start complaining." Cold, fever, runny nose, infertility, sexual apathy, you can change into anything. Xia Yan was so infuriated that her entire body was trembling. She slammed the knife down again. "I'm going all out." Jiang Zhao succeeded. Xia Yan's awkwardness vanished without a trace, and the two of them returned to the original atmosphere. However, Jiang Zhao's buttocks hurt a little. However, Jiang Zhao did not panic at all. Once the blessing was cast, the illness would be cured. Jiang Zhao had healed Xia Yan a few more times. The dizzy Xia Yan felt extremely comfortable and her emotions finally calmed down. The two of them continued into the depths of the mountain range. After walking for a very, very long distance, they could no longer see any contestants around them. Their train of thought was very simple. They would climb to the highest mountain and look down at the other mountains. However, there was a saying that went, "The mountain is too far away." When the two of them really climbed to the highest mountain, they were already exhausted. Along the way, they encountered some small groups of lava ghouls, as well as some lonely lava ghoul generals. Jiang Zhao recorded the information carefully and looked at his watch to see that the two of them had already been walking for almost 24 hours. Traveling in such a hot environment without the help of Wind Series star techniques was indeed a great test of their stamina and perseverance. Fortunately, the blessing technique continuously helped them recover their stamina and relieve their fatigue. "Over there, there's someone alone," Jiang Zhao said while wiping his sweat. "Our stamina and star power need to be restored." Xia Yan's chest was heaving up and down, and her eyes were no longer sharp and menacing. She was a little tired and no longer in the mood to play. Xia Yan said, "Your blessing can restore our physical state. Although we don't need to eat or drink, blessing can't relieve our thirst. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows and said, "There's not much mineral water left. Do you want to go back?" Xia Yin glanced at Jiang Shao and said, "I'm not that delicate. If we can't stand this place, I believe the others can't either. We'll definitely be able to gather more information than the others and draw a wider map." While speaking, Xia Yin dashed out with her giant sword. It was a tall and burly lava ghoul general. As the king of the region, it had always been a loner and would easily be hunted down by hunters. However, unlike the other hunters who only wanted the star beads in its head, the lava ghoul general had encountered two terrifying vampire hunters. Killing is just a matter of nodding one's head? That doesn't exist in the face of the toxic healer. The holy pillar of light descended from the sky, and the lava ghoul general froze all of a sudden before letting out a strange moan. At the next moment, the sword was swung and its head was separated from its body. Jiang Shao and Xia Yan's actions were surprisingly consistent as they stabbed their swords into the lava ghoul general's corpse. Jiang Shao had a special phrase for such a scene: "Strike while it was hot." Ha! Xia Yan took a deep breath of relief. She was not only stepping on the lava ghoul general's corpse, but also Jiang Zhao's gold-quality nostalgia. A steady stream of energy crawled up the blade and flowed into Xia Yan's body. She should have been exhausted after fighting and traveling in such a harsh and hot environment, but because of the presence of a toxic healer, she was almost in a good state. She turned around and looked at Jiang Shao silently. Such a god-level support is terrifyingly powerful. She knew how she should cherish such a powerful support. However, compared to a day ago, she was now filled with indescribable emotions. The scene was also recorded by the cameras. The soldiers looked at the two of them, and when they looked at Jiang Shao on the screen again, their eyes were filled with envy and admiration. In the location map, a large number of red dots that represented the participating students were hovering around the entrance, with only a few red dots flying away. Among the few red dots who were not afraid of difficulties and trekking, Jiang Shao and Xia Yan were the ones who walked the furthest. In the vast barren map, these two abrupt red dots were so dazzling. Chapter 254. On the third day of the competition, on Earth, in the designated hotel for the second wasteland reclamation competition in Jiacheng. As the time of the competition approached, more and more teams walked out of the volcanic dimensional space and were taken back to the designated hotel by the bus to rest. Due to the special nature of the second wasteland reclamation competition, the team rankings would not be released immediately, and a lot of assessment work was required. In the next 2 to 3 days, the participating students would be waiting for the results of the competition, and the award ceremony would be held in the hotel auditorium. At this moment, the hotel auditorium was already full of people, all of whom were participating students. They were all focused on the big screen in front of them. They had already handed in their papers a long time ago, and they were constantly comparing the map on the big screen to judge whether their papers were qualified or not. Why did so many students return to Earth before the competition ended? Some of them had even been sent to the hotel? Without a doubt, those teams had already given up on exploring the map. Some of the teams had suffered serious injuries and needed treatment. Some of them could not stand the harsh and hot environment and were physically and mentally exhausted. Hence, they turned around and walked back. Regardless of the reason they returned to Earth in advance, they would all be attracted by the map that was full of red dots when they arrived at the auditorium. Damn it, are these 2 red dots humans? Are you sure they're participating students? He's not from the Guardian Corps? A bespectacled male student blurted out in shock. He had just entered the auditorium and figured out how to read the map. Before he could compare it with the map he had drawn, he stared at the 2 red dots on the huge map in a daze. The 2 red dots were too far away from the central entrance. Compared to the other people in the volcano, the 2 red dots were even a little dazzling. One of them answered, They're the participating students of this year, Goddess Yen and Goddess Pai from Jiangbin High School. Damn it. The bespectacled man slapped his forehead. I hate this god and that god the most. Just anyone can be called a god. Today I'm convinced. These two are really King awesome. They dared to go so deep. Where are their teammates? They've split into two teams. I think the two of them must have eloped and don't intend to come back, haha. I'm afraid those two won't be able to make it back in a day. Why haven't they turned around yet? At the side, a male student with a parting hairstyle said sarcastically, they obviously have Ice Series star techniques. Otherwise, who would be able to withstand such high temperatures? You guys really think they're gods? Hee hee, isn't it just because they have good parents? Isn't it just because his family is rich? TSK, I'm so jealous. The first-person perspective is being broadcasted on the television channel. No one has an Ice Series star technique. They really relied on their perseverance to survive. The male student blushed and defended himself. Isn't that because Jiang Xiaopi is a medical awakened? Wasn't it because he could return to his original state? What quality of blessing was that? Didn't he have a good father? Hee hee, with people like you, even if they were to be your teammates, you'd still have to sneak back with your tail between your legs. You're only good at talking, but you're nothing. Who the hell are you talking about? How can you suck up to him when he's not here? Do you have any shame? Stop arguing, there's a situation. One of the students looked at the mobile phone in his hand and said, the two of them have encountered a large group of lava ghouls. There seems to be a lava ghoul witch as well. The image is a little blurry, so I didn't see it clearly. The male student with the parting hairstyle said, hee hee, serves them right. Let's not talk about whether they can make it back in time. This time, they might not even be able to make it back. Don't say that. I told you. Damn it, they definitely can't make it in their current state. I reckon they'll have to seek help from the Guardian team. Wait for the deduction of points. Besides, they might not even be able to save them. Haha. At the same time, in the volcanic dimensional space, at the foot of the remote and desolate mountain, Jiang Xiao and Xia Yan were holding up the giant sword in their hands in exactly the same way. At this moment, the two of them were covered in dirt. They had been here for 2 whole days. Under the volcanic ash that filled the sky, the two of them were already dirty beyond recognition. There were still a few bottles of mineral water in their pockets, but they were not allowed to use them to wash their bodies. Blessing and the halo of nostalgia allowed the two of them to be in good physical condition. Although the feeling of hunger and thirst could not be eliminated, there was no problem with their physical condition. However, Jiang Xiao was a little mentally exhausted. Having not slept for 2 days and 2 nights, he was still a little dazed just now, but now, he was suddenly full of energy. Lava Ghoul Witch. It was the 3rd Lava Ghoul Witch that he had encountered in 2 days. The first 2 were taken away by the Guardian team because they wanted to make babies. This one should be able to be slaughtered. Yes. Unlike the students in the hotel auditorium, Jiang Xiao was not frightened. Instead, he was a little excited. If the students were to find out, they would probably feel terrible. It was an indisputable fact that the team had far exceeded the strength of their peers. Even though Jiang Xiao and the others were divided into 2 groups, the combat power that the two of them exerted was much stronger than that of most teams with a full complement. She moved. Under the watchful eyes of the referees and students, Xia Yan moved. To everyone's astonishment, Xia Yan actually dashed forward without hesitation when faced with a large group of more than 20 lava ghouls and a lava ghoul witch. Even though she had experienced 2 days of battles and a long journey, and even though she had been in a hot and harsh environment, Xia Yan's movements were still nimble and her blade was still sharp. The scene of the bursting fireballs that should have appeared did not happen. The group of lava ghouls that had gathered together was subdued by Jiang Zhao's sound of silence without being able to resist at all. A scene that made the people in front of the screen even more astonished appeared. The medical awakened Jiang Shao, who was supposed to be standing at the back and being protected, actually joined the battle with his giant sword. Besides, his swordsmanship was even more exquisite than Xia Yan's. Compared to Xia Yan's swordsmanship, Jiang Zhao's was a little more stable and less menacing. The atmosphere in the hotel auditorium had already exploded. Before this, all they saw was the scene of Jiang Shao and Xia Yan avoiding the lava ghouls and fleeing everywhere. However, they didn't expect them to stop running when they encountered the more ferocious lava ghoul witch. Have the two of them never been afraid? They even deliberately avoided harming the lava ghouls for the sake of getting higher scores. Damn it, he's indeed a guru. Would you believe it if a healer dashed into the lava ghouls while wielding a sword? The bespectacled man turned his head around in a daze and looked at the healer of his team. He immediately flew into a rage. Look at him, then look at you. The medical awakened looked aggrieved and thought, since when do assistants have to be the vanguard too? This Jiang Xiaopi is too much of a beast. He's obviously raising the standards for us assistants. This pair of adulterers. The boy with the parted hair turned pale and his complexion grew increasingly sullen. He initially wanted to watch them make a fool of themselves, but what happened in the end? The two of them were like tigers that had entered a flock of sheep. They killed the lava ghouls and made them piss their pants in fear. It was as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. Damn it, what are these lava ghouls doing? Blast them. Hit them. Where's the ability that you used to surround me? And that lava ghoul witch, why don't you just command? Heal? How many rounds has it been? You didn't even throw a single bell? Why don't you heal? The boy with the parted hair cursed in his heart, but before he could finish, he froze on the spot and felt a burning pain on his face. It was because Xia Yan had already stepped on the lava ghoul witch and stabbed it in the heart. At the next moment, Jiang Shao and Xia Yan stood back to back and swung their swords. However, they did not use any star techniques and simply relied on their strength and skills to kill the lava ghouls that pounced on them. On the other hand, the lava ghouls pounced forward one after another, but none of them threw any bursting flames balls. What's going on? From the beginning to the end of the battle, none of the creatures of other dimensions used any star technique. Are they all fake? Are they all queuing up to give the couple their star beads? The more the boy with the parted hair thought about it, the more infuriated he became. In the end, he couldn't help but clap his hands hard and smash the table into pieces. Then, 2 security guards took him away. According to the description of the students present, the boy with the parted hair flew into a rage out of humiliation and kept yelling, "I can do it too! I can do it too! I can do it too! I want to go back and compete again! I'm not afraid of the heat." Some of them could only see the surface of the situation and were puzzled, while others were amazed by Jiang Zhao's tactic. In the silent area, the 2 swords were slaughtering the clumsy lava ghouls that were charging towards them. When more than half of the opponents were injured or killed, the lava ghouls dispersed and ran away quickly. Jiang Shao and Xia Yan panted heavily with a victorious smile on their dirty faces. Xia Yan harvested the lava ghoul witch's star bead and handed it to Jiang Shao. "I have a hunch that this tactic will shine in the national competition. Seal all star techniques and we'll only fight with our swords." Jiang Shao put the star bead in his pocket and secretly absorbed it. In his internal star map, he saw that Bell and Imprint had both become silver quality level 2. He would be able to upgrade the quality with another 8. Jiang Shao was in a good mood too. He said, "Sure, when the time comes, we'll corner all the heroes and give them a good beating." Xia Yan's beautiful eyes lit up all of a sudden, and she nodded vigorously. March 12, 2016 was an extraordinary day. It was because on this day, Husky and the Toxic Healer reached a terrifying consensus. Top. Chapter 255. In the volcanic dimensional space, 2 small heads quietly popped out from under a slope and stared at the lava ghouls in the distance. They then fixed their gaze on the red-skinned demon with long hair. It was not only because the red-skinned demon was tall and stood out from the group of lava ghouls, but also because it had hair. Those with long hair were all big shots. Those without hair or with sparse hair were basically small minions because they worked overtime every night. No, because they had to stand guard every night. The lava ghouls that were of the lowest status in the race were basically bald or had sparse hair. At first glance, they were obviously lower-class people who had to work overtime every night. They had to stand guard, patrol, and establish territories. They had to do whatever the big shots told them to do. In fact, when the big shots wanted to make babies, the lava ghouls would have to gather together and remain motionless, acting as a bonfire. How could their hair not fall out given the intensity of their work? The phrase, "I've become bald and stronger," was simply the biggest joke in the world. This was the biggest lie to all the minions who worked day and night. The truth had proven that it was difficult to become stronger and bald. Is there enough time? Kill another lava ghoul witch? Xia Yan asked softly while digging into the hot soil with one hand and lying on the ground, secretly looking at the group in the distance. She licked her dry lips and asked softly, "Hurry up, there should be enough time." Jiang Shao glanced at his watch and answered, "Hey, I discovered a problem." Xia Yan answered casually and asked, "What's the problem?" Jiang Shao observed the group quietly and said, "We've been walking on roads that others have never taken before. We've seen so many monster groups, including lava ghouls, lava ghoul witches, and lava ghoul generals. However, have you realized that we've never seen a lava ghoul warrior?" Xia Yan froze for a moment and carefully recalled. They had been working in such a hot environment for 3 days and 2 nights. Neither of them had gotten a good rest. Hence, they couldn't have been in a good state. Fortunately, Jiang Zhao's blessing and nostalgia could make them feel full and energetic. That was also the reason why they could last so long and walk so far. However, the mental exhaustion could not be erased. At this moment, Jiang Shao would probably fall asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow. Xia Yan wasn't any better. Xia Yan carefully recalled and felt a little dazed. She said, "I really don't think we've seen a lava ghoul warrior." Jiang Shao guessed, "Could it be the content of the exam? We're the second reclamation. Did the predecessors who came here to explore the wastelands clear a large area of the lava ghoul warriors?" Xia Yan blinked and finally couldn't help but take out the remaining bottle of mineral water from her backpack. She took a sip to relieve her thirst and poured some on her face before rubbing her eyes. The warm water did not make Xia Yan sober up much. She handed the remaining water to Jiang Shao and asked, "Additional questions?" She handed Jiang and asked, "Those teams that have a small dimensional detection range really can't discover this information. In times they were up lava Jiang out. Xia Si, dragon they jichach. Blood I God ji. In times of hardship, only one's own people would dote on one's own people. If the two of them were to go sightseeing, Jiang Shao would snatch Xia Yan's mineral water away and drink it all if he felt a little thirsty." Jiang Shao thought hard and said, "This is a brand new volcanic space where the creatures of other dimensions are extremely abundant. We've been here for 3 days and 2 nights. And we've even encountered 4 lava ghoul witches. How can we not even encounter 1 lava ghoul warrior?" "Yeah, that makes sense." Xia Yan nodded. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that he was right. She really wanted to rub Jiang Zhao's head to reward him, but she was now dirty, hot, and mentally exhausted. Hence, she couldn't be bothered to do so. Xia Yan reckoned that even if Han Jiangxue was placed in front of her now, Xia Yan probably wouldn't stick to her while wagging her tail. What she needed most now was a bath, sleep, and a large glass of iced cola. Take note of this information. After we kill this lava ghoul witch, we'll go back and not fight anymore, Xia Yan said. Jiang Shao nodded and said without any objections, "Okay." Thanks to the fact that the dimensional space was newly opened, there were plenty of monsters here. In just 3 days, the two of them actually encountered 4 lava ghoul witches. The probability was indeed shockingly high. Are you ready? I'm going to throw sound of silence. Jiang Shao put down the military backpack and reached for the handle of the sword, ready to do the same thing again. Together with Xia Yan, they would block the lava ghouls in the corner and beat them up. You'd better not throw sound of silence. Let's get this over with quickly. There's indeed not much time left. Besides, you don't have to attack later. I'll kill them myself, Xia Yan suddenly said. Jiang Shao blinked and thought, what does she mean? Xia Yan forced herself to stay awake and said, I'll hit them with a sword. Hit them with a sword? Jiang Shao froze for a moment and then thought of Xia Yan's newly acquired star technique, body of star power. The scene of Xia Yan and Han Jiangxue fighting in the training hall was still fresh in his mind. The giant's sword was indeed wide. Jiang Shao frantically asked, Can you do it? Xia Yan glanced at Jiang Shao, seemingly a little displeased. My stamina and star power are fine, but I need to sleep. So, the sooner the battle ends, the better. Well, all right then. Be careful. Jiang Shao thought about it and finally nodded. Activate nostalgia, don't throw sound of silence. Let them hit me, I have to get hurt. I'm very destructive, Xia Yan said with a serious expression. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows. He had already translated Xia Yan's words into a few sentences in his head. Don't attack. I'm very strong this time. Jiang Shao immediately activated nostalgia and a dark golden halo appeared at the feet of all the creatures within a radius of 40 meters. Wow! A group of lava ghouls standing guard discovered that something was wrong with their companions and then discovered that they were stepping on a dark golden halo. At the next moment, the halo suddenly disappeared without a trace. The lava ghoul scratched its sparse hair and looked extremely adorably ugly. Before it could report the situation to its leader, a massive creature suddenly descended into the gray world. Jiang Shao was also taken aback. A double-handed sword star map appeared on Xia Yan's body, and the 8th golden star slot suddenly lit up, lighting up the hazy world. At the next moment, Xia Yan's body released rich star power that enveloped her. Immediately afterwards, Xia Yan's body rose from the ground and the rich star power continuously gathered and pieced together. In just 2 seconds, a massive Xia Yan of star power appeared in this world. With the surge of star power, Xia Yan's body had already been fixed at the position of the heart of the giant Xia Yan of star power. The giant Xia Yan stepped on a large dark golden halo and swung the large blade of star power down forcefully. The body of star power was rather interesting. Not only could it increase the user's destructive power, but it could also allow Xia Yan to condense a large blade. If possible, could Xia Yan summon the giant blade with the body of star power without turning into a giant? That's an interesting idea. I wonder to what extent Xia Yan can develop this star technique. Rumble. The ground trembled and dust flew everywhere. Xia Yan knelt down and swung her sword horizontally, after which the giant blade of star power slapped a group of red-skinned little demons onto the ground. The thick star power spread out and a few lava ghouls were smashed into meat paste. The lava ghoul which was also smashed onto the ground by the sword, and its body had already become deformed. It wailed in pain and rolled around on the ground. Jiang Shao hurriedly took a few steps back and was almost stepped on by her. He managed to dodge it, but the 5-meter-tall Xia Yan stood up and lunged forward, after which she stepped on 2 lava ghouls that were alone in the distance. She then swung the giant blade of star power again. This time, it was not a horizontal slash, but a slash aimed at the lava ghoul witch. Rumble! The sky collapsed and the ground shook. Jiang Shao subconsciously covered his face with his arms while his entire body was engulfed by the smoke and dust. The bursting fireballs attacked from the dust, but Xia Yan did not stop them. She simply stepped on the corpses and absorbed the star power and vitality maniacally with the help of nostalgia. The bursting fireballs could actually reduce her exuberant vitality. As the smoke and dust dissipated, Xia Yan had already picked up the corpse of the lava ghoul which, the effect of Jiang Zhao's gold-quality nostalgia was really terrifying. The corpses had indeed given her too much vitality, and the bursting fireballs of the lava ghouls could not offset the vitality that she had absorbed at all. Hence, she had nowhere to vent her energy. She simply bent down and picked up Jiang Zhao with her other hand before scurrying out. "Didn't you say that there wasn't enough time? Anyway, I have plenty of energy now. Let's just run." Jiang Zhao was grabbed by a large hand of star power and swayed around as she ran. He felt his stomach churning, but he had no choice but to bear with the pain and yell, "Rap! Rap!" There was a map in the military backpack that the two of them had drawn. Without it, all their efforts would have been in vain. Before the battle began, Jiang Zhao placed the military backpack on the ground beside him in order to better face the battle. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, Xia Yan clenched her fists tightly, and he seemed to have heard the sound of bones rubbing against each other. Xia Yan questioned, "Who are you calling baby? Try calling me that again." Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded. Xia Yan asked, "Say something?" Jiang Zhao felt like he was about to break down, and he made an oath that was similar to Xia Yan's. He yelled angrily, "Xia Yan, if I call you baby once in my life, I'll be a dog." Chapter 256. Hey, we're out, we're out. We're finally out. We can go back now. Unlooming put down the tablet in her hand and strode out of the military camp. Plop. And Yu, who was sleeping on her shoulder, was sleeping soundly. As soon as Unlooming left, Yu fell to the ground. The more terrifying thing was that even though Yu was lying on the ground, she still didn't wake up and continued to sleep. The competition had really been tough on the children. As soon as Unlooming ran out, she saw 4 disheveled, dirty kids, walking out of the volcanic dimensional space. They were none other than Jiang Zhao's team. At this moment, they were in a disheveled state and all of them looked like fugitives with dirt all over their faces. The soldiers on guard brought them military coats and water. They did not care about their dirty bodies and directly wrapped them up. Xia Yan, who was initially listless, suddenly had her eyes lit up. She grabbed a bottle of room temperature mineral water and gulped it down. The way her eyes glistened when she saw the mineral water made her look like she was in love in the military camp. Several teams of participating students walked out listlessly and looked at the team from Jiangbin High School with a hint of admiration in their eyes. They lived up to their reputation. Everyone had been looking forward to the godly team from Jiangbin High School since the start of the competition. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed on them, waiting for their result. So far, their results were gratifying. Even if the final score was put aside, the team from Jiangbin High School was superior to everyone else in terms of hard work and perseverance. The team from Jiangbin High School came out of the volcanic dimensional space just in time and lasted the longest in the scorching environment. That was the best proof of their hard work. The teams of participating students who walked out of the military camp were considered the last batch of students to come out of the volcanic dimensional space. They were all waiting for the last team to return to Earth and be sent to the official designated hotel in Jiaqing to rest. Unlooming cheered excitedly, not because she wanted the team from Jiangbin High School to return safely, but because she could finally leave this damned place and return to the hotel to take a nice shower and sleep. Jiang Zhao couldn't even be bothered to speak. He had no idea where Unlooming got the energy to cheer. The staff organized the students to board the bus, and everyone could finally escape from the abyss of suffering. However, in less than a few minutes of driving, a series of snoring sounds could be heard. Unlooming had also revealed her true form. Jiang Zhao could vaguely remember that Unlooming seemed to be the one who was snoring loudly in the front seat. Such a beautiful lady. Snoring? Jiang Zhao was puzzled, but he drifted off to sleep. In fact, Jiang Zhao could confirm who the person in front of him was just by leaning forward. However, He no longer had the energy to do so at this moment. Ever since he came out of the volcano and entered the military camp, Jiang Zhao's tensed nerves had been relieved. Waves of fatigue overwhelmed him like a tsunami. He really couldn't resist it and fell into a deep sleep. After a long time, Jiang Zhao was woken up by Han Jiangxue. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Han Jiangxue's dirty face. The fatigue between her eyebrows made him feel sorry for her. "We've arrived at the hotel. Get up and go back to the room to rest." Han Jiangxue's voice was extremely gentle, which made Jiang Zhao wake up. What happened? Since when did she speak so gently? Could it be okay? I'm tired. When the cold and aloof little big sister was exhausted, her voice was no longer cold and aloof. She no longer had the aura of a fairy. At this moment, her soft voice was filled with exhaustion and indolence, bringing with it an indescribable charm. Remember this feeling. Jiang Zhao tried his best to sit up. Always speak to me in this tone in the future. Han Jiangxue didn't even bother to glare at Jiang Zhao. Instead, she took out 2 lava ghoul witch star beads from her pocket and stuffed them into Jiang Zhao's hands. She said, "Go back and absorb the star beads. Wash up and have a good rest. Hurry and get up." Jiang Zhao scratched his head. He enjoyed the feeling of being cared for, but he also knew that there was a limit to one's endurance. Clearly, everyone on the bus was on the edge of their limit. For example, Wu Haoyang, who was seated in front, was being shaken by his teammate Qian Zhuang while yelling, "Get up, get 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 up, bed!" Bang! Wu Haoyang flipped over and elbowed Qian Zhuang, sending him flying out and smashing his head against the glass on the side of the bus window. It was a tragic scene. Jiang Zhao grinned and gave Qian Zhuang a blessing at the right time to comfort his injured soul. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, Qian Zhuang's body was stuck outside the windshield, and he was shivering in comfort. Despite being in such a wonderful situation, he actually couldn't be bothered to climb out and simply closed his eyes to sleep. He actually fell asleep because of the blessing? Oh my goodness! That's impressive. There was an old saying in China that went, "Lie down where you fall." And now Qian Zhuang used his actions to express that saying, "Sleep for a while wherever you get stuck." Such a scene was recorded by the camera in the car, and it became a highlight of the growth of the future Star Warriors. Jiang Zhao and Li Wei returned to the room and forced themselves to stay awake. They then gave themselves a few blessings and recovered their physical state. Holding the 2 lava ghoul witch star beads that Han Jiangxue gave him, Jiang Zhao absorbed them without hesitation. In addition to the 2 lava ghoul witch star beads that he had previously absorbed in the volcanic dimensional space, Bell and Imprint had both become silver quality level 5 in Jiang Zhao's internal star map. Once the officials compensated him with 2 more lava ghoul witch star beads, Bell and Imprint would reach level 7 and be upgraded to gold quality soon. I wonder what special effects will there be after the upgrade? Jiang Zhao thought about it delightfully and finally fell asleep. When Jiang Zhao woke up again, he was awakened by a particularly gentle voice. The gentleness of the voice surpassed that of most of the male streamers in the middle of the night. The gentle voice, the gentle tone, and the way he coaxed others, Jiang Zhao shivered and opened his eyes abruptly. He retreated in a flurry and finally fell off the bed. The gentle and concerned voice sounded again. "Xiaopi!" Jiang Zhao had goosebumps all over his body. He opened his sleepy eyes and crawled up from the side of the bed, trying his best to see who it was. However, all he saw was a pair of elegant and handsome faces. His smiling eyes were curved into 2 crescent moons. Jiang Zhao asked in a daze, Hi Tianqing?" Hai Tianqing looked at Jiang Zhao smilingly and said with a look of admiration and relief, "I watched your competition. You did well. You're very outstanding." "Nonsense. Of course I'm outstanding. Who am I? I'm the most lascivious healer in our village." Jiang Zhao asked in a daze, "When did you come?" Hai Tianqing smiled and said, I came last night. You guys have been sleeping for an entire day and night. It's time to wake up. The officials will announce the results of the competition at around 10 a.m. The venue will be the small auditorium where the award ceremony will be held. Wrapped in a blanket, Jiang Shao lay on the ground and looked at Hai Tianqing in bewilderment. He was dressed in a sapphire suit and looked as if he was going to attend a wedding. Jiang Shao blinked and asked, "Why didn't you lead the team every time? Why did you appear at the award ceremony?" Hai Tianqing scratched his head in embarrassment and chuckled. "I'll lead the team during the National League. I'll bring you guys along." Jiang Shao was speechless. Feeling a little awkward, Hai Tianqing hurriedly took out 2 star beads that were emitting a faint glow from his pocket and tossed them onto Jiang Zhao's bed. "Look at this." Jiang Zhao's eyes glistened. "Star beads? What star beads?" Hai Tianqing said, "These are the 2 lava ghoul witch star beads that the organizers gave to you and Xia Yan as compensation. Distribute them to Han Jiangxue later. It's not convenient for me to enter a girl's room. Hurry, get up and wash up before calling your sister." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "You can't call her, but I can? You're afraid of getting beaten up, but I'm not?" Jiang Shao scratched his head and looked at the bed opposite him. "Get Li Wei to call her. I take a long time to wash up." Li Wei was lying on his side on the bed opposite him, facing the wall and wrapping the blanket tightly around him. He remained silent. Jiang Shao was speechless. In the end, Hai Tianqing still took out his trump card. He took out a letter from his pocket and said, "If you can wake them up and attend the awards ceremony on time, I'll give this letter to you." Before Jiang Shao could speak, Hai Tianqing pretended to be curious and continued, "I'm really curious. Who will be writing to you?" Jiang Shao scratched his head frantically and looked at Hai Tianqing's smiling face. In the end, Jiang Shao couldn't help but raise his hand to give Hai Tianqing a blessing. "Milkman, I wish you happiness as boundless as the East Sea. Damn it, I wish you a long life." Hai Tianqing did not expect the toxic healer to extend his claws to him one day. Hence, he did not dodge immediately. Chapter 257. In the hotel's surveillance room, a security guard gestured to his companion. "Come here, look at this kid. He's sneaky and has been loitering at the door for a long time." The other security guard hurriedly came over and looked at the monitor screen. He thought for a moment and said, "The people living on the 3rd floor are all contestants. Each and every one of them can go to heaven and earth. Let's just leave them be. Let me see. 306, I have some impression of it. It seems to be the room of a very powerful and famous girl among the contestants this year." The security guard suddenly saw something and stomped his feet in anger. "Wow, this kid is too wretched. No, we have to catch him." It turned out that in the video, a boy was loitering in front of a room, hesitating about whether to knock on the door. The boy's actions just now were all right, but he was just a little suspicious. Now, he had already pressed his ear against the door and was listening to the sounds inside. Most importantly, the boy maintained his position of pressing his ear against the door and slowly put on a wretched smile. The security guard finally couldn't stand it anymore and yelled into the walkie-talkie. The boy was Jiang Shao, and the room that he was listening to was Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan's room. In the beginning, Jiang Shao refused to take on the task. "You can't just ask me to go and smash someone's door. That would be embarrassing." However, for the sake of the mysterious letter, Jiang Shao still went to get the 2 girls. As a contestant, no one knew better than Jiang Shao how exhausted they were. Disturbing their dreams was usually fine, but at times like this, it was really easy to get beaten up. Jiang Shao was hesitating in front of the door and struggling internally, wondering if he should knock on the door or not. He thought about it and decided to listen, praying that there was a sound inside, which meant that someone inside had woken up. At this moment, a message suddenly appeared in Jiang Zhao's internal star map. Provincial 2nd Wasteland Reclamation Competition Champion, Skill Points plus 10. Current Skill Points, 51. Jiang Shao was overjoyed and a smile appeared on his face. Did I win? Champion of the Wasteland Reclamation Competition? Although the officials had yet to announce it, Jiang Shao knew the answer in advance since the internal star map had given him skill point. What did that mean? It meant that there would be a champion star bead as a reward. What type of star bead would it be this time? I'm so looking forward to it. Also, would he get extra points for his high school exams? 10 more points. Han Jiangxue is one step closer to the academy of her dreams, right? All of their efforts had not been in vain. They had done it. This feeling was wonderful. Jiang Shao opened his internal star map and checked his recent result. He was also thinking about the new star beads and star techniques that the competition would reward. Character, Jiang Shao 1. Star map, Big Dipper, Nebula Level 1. Star technique, Blessing, Silver Quality Level 3, 1/10. Decoy, Silver Quality Level 3, 1/10. 3 Green Glow, Gold Quality Level 3, 77 out of 100. 4 Endurance, Gold Quality Level 3, 77 out of 100. 5 Bell, Silver Quality Level 7. 6 Imprint, Silver Quality Level 7. 7 Nostalgia, Gold Quality Level 0, 1/10, 8. Dawn, Gold Quality Level 0, 1/10, 9. Enmity, Gold Level 0 Counter, Current Light, Gold LV 011. Sound of Silence, Gold Quality Level 2, 9 out of 103. Basic Technique, Hand-to-Hand Combat, Silver Quality Level 4. 2 Star Power Abundance, Silver Quality Level 13. Dagger Mastery, Silver Quality Level 44. Xia Family Swordsmanship, Silver Quality Level 84. Skill Points, 51. While Jiang Shao was cheering in his heart, he heard the sound of footsteps and shouts coming from the end of the corridor. It's him. Catch him. He's so young and so perverted. Catch him, don't let him escape. Jiang Shao froze for a moment and watched as a group of people ran towards him. What's going on? Who are they talking about? Who's the pervert? A middle-aged security guard grabbed Jiang Zhao's arm with a smug expression. Are you scared out of your wits? Your legs are trembling, aren't they? You don't dare to move, do you? Are you feeling guilty now? Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Immediately afterwards, a group of people surrounded him. Jiang Shao said, No, wait a minute. What are you guys doing? Jiang Shao said, Let go of me, Jiang Shao said. Brother, don't hug my thigh. Hand, where are you touching? Jiang Shao said, Don't force me. I'm going to heal you guys. Bang. The door of room 306 was suddenly opened and a girl rubbed her messy chestnut-colored hair while walking out in her pajamas. Her eyes were filled with anger, but she was clearly trying to suppress it. Her pretty face was flushed. Noisy. What? Is that? Noisy? The security guards and Jiang Shao who were entangled at the door all stopped moving. It wasn't that they were obedient, but rather that they were intimidated by Xia Yan's overwhelming star power. Xia Yan's beautiful eyes were spewing flames and she couldn't wait to burn the group of people into ashes. When she saw the only familiar face, she couldn't help but be stunned. It was because Jiang Shao was held up by a few burly men. Xia Yan hurriedly stepped forward to rescue Jiang Shao. What happened? Fearing that there might be a misunderstanding, one of them hurriedly answered, This kid was behaving suspiciously in front of your door. He peeked through the crack and pressed his ear against the door to eavesdrop. I can tell at a glance that he's up to no good. Ah, thank you. He's my teammate. Let me clean him up. Xia Yan grabbed the back of Jiang Zhao's neck and dragged him into the room while muttering angrily. Clearly, she was still fuming. Why are you getting bigger and bigger? If you get any bigger, it'll be difficult to carry you. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. What do you mean? What technique is this? Why are you getting more and more skilled? Am I a bamboo rat? Bang! The door was closed by Xia Yan, and the group of staff looked at each other in bewilderment, feeling that something was amiss. Are we arresting a criminal? It seems that we've become accomplices. Did we give that kid an assist? That kid actually managed to sneak in? For the second time, Jiang Xiao, who was grabbed by the back of his neck, was thrown onto the empty bed by Xia Yan. The curtains in the room were drawn and it was a little dim. On the other bed in the standard room, Han Jiangxue sat up with her sleepy eyes and asked, "What's the matter? Your brother deliberately came to disturb you because he didn't want you to sleep," Xia Yan hurriedly complained and snuggled under Han Jiangshue's quilt. Han Jiangxue shifted her body, but she was already pressed against the wall and had no way to retreat. Hence, she had no choice but to let Xia Yan stick to her. Infuriated, Han Jiangxue extended her leg and kicked Xia Yan away. She asked, "What's the matter, Xiaopi?" "The results will be announced at 10 a.m. and the award ceremony will be held in the hotel hall," Jiang Xiao said while glaring at Xia Yan menacingly. Xia Yan stared back at him without backing down. "What time is it now?" Han Jiangxue asked, sobering up after hearing the news. "We can make it, it's only 8 a.m., Jiang Xiao answered. Seeing that Han Jiangxue was a little tempted, Jiang Xiao added, "If nothing goes wrong, we should be the champions." Han Jiangxue tilted her head, looking rather adorable on her cold face. Jiang Xiao shrugged and said, "Hai Tianqing told me. By the way, Xia Yan, the lava ghoul which star beads were given to me as compensation during the competition. I've absorbed all of them." Xia Yan humphed and expressed that she didn't care. Han Jiangxue said, "We'll sell the rewards we got this time and let Xia Yan and Li Wei split them. After all, we've taken away all the lava ghoul which star beads that the two teams obtained." Xia Yan frantically exclaimed, "Xiaopi took it away, it has nothing to do with Xueshue. You have a share of the money too." Jiang Xiao thought about it and said, "I feel that the quality of my bell and imprint are about to be upgraded. You two see if we can find some time to enter the volcano again." Han Jiangshue's eyes lit up and she asked, "Is the quality going to be upgraded soon?" Jiang Xiao nodded and confirmed, "Yes." Xia Yan was overjoyed, but she pretended to be disdainful. She humphed and said, "Ha, I didn't take care of you in vain." Jiang Xiao smiled and thought that what she said was true. In order not to make the husky arrogant, Jiang Xiao changed the topic. "I wonder what star beads the champions of this competition will be rewarded with." Jiang Xiao did not look forward to it for long. Soon, he and his team stood on the podium in the hotel's auditorium. When Jiang Xiao received the star bead from the organizer, he suddenly had a strange feeling. Fallen shadow which star bead gold quality, star technique. 1. Enmity. 2. Countercurrent light. 3. Sound of silence. As expected, the reward for the rules awakened Han Jiangxue was also a fallen shadow which star bead. In addition to the fallen shadow which star bead that the two of them did not use previously, they now had 3 fallen shadow which star beads. What made Jiang Xiao the most excited was that the organizers of the competition judged the performance of the team and named Jiang Xiao as the MVP of the second Wasteland Reclamation competition. As an assistant, Jiang Xiao's name would forever be remembered in the history of Beijiang Province. That was not all. The reward for being the MVP was also a fallen shadow which star bead. The Beijiang Province High School League and the Beijiang Province Second Wasteland Reclamation Competition resulted in a total of 6 fallen shadow which star beads from the Star Warriors Association. What did that mean? Jiang Xiao had been frugal and now had a total of 4 star beads in stock. Did the Beijiang Province Star Warriors Association put in a lot of effort to force Goddess Shui to learn the sound of silence? How optimistic are they about this team? Is Beijiang Province going to achieve a breakthrough in the National League this year? Jiang Xiao had a lot of guesses in his mind, but when he held up the trophy and took a photo as a souvenir, a bold idea appeared in his mind. What if I don't give this star bead to Han Jiangxue? At this moment, Jiang Zhao's sound of silence was of gold quality LV2, 9 out of 100. With the addition of 4, it would be LV6, 9 out of 100. Could he upgrade Sound of Silence to platinum quality before the national competition through some hard work? What kind of effect would a platinum quality Sound of Silence have? Could a star technique of this level lead this team to the top of the country? Chapter 258. 3 days later, in Class 1 of Year 3 of Jiangbin High School. During the evening self-study session, Jiang Xiao finished a paper, took out his mobile phone, lowered his head, and scrolled through the comments on Weibo. After the award ceremony 3 days ago, Jiang Xiao posted a photo of his team members holding up the trophy while wearing a medal. The photo also caused Jiang Zhao's Weibo to buzz with thousands of comments. The toxic healer is really impressive. I was the champion of the Wasteland Reclamation competition when I was 16 years old. What about you? I was the champion of the Provincial League, the champion of the Wasteland Reclamation competition, and the MVP when I was 16 years old. What about you? I want to learn from Xiaopi. No, I want to marry a technician. Not really. Among the thousands of comments, there were a few that were pushed to the top by Jiang Xiao. Zhu Wu, damn it. Jiang Xiaopi mischievous, not mischievous. Zhu Wu, study more. Cutie sleeping. Wow, God Pi is awesome. Aim for the National League, God Pi. Jiang Xiaopi mischievous, not mischievous. How? Using 100,000 volts? Chinese citizen Elena. You're so cool. Jiang Xiaopi mischievous, not mischievous. What are you talking about? Dong. Jiang Xiao was scrolling through Weibo when someone kicked the leg of his chair. Han Jiangxue said coldly, "Why are you playing with your mobile phone in class? Hand it over." Jiang Xiao smacked his lips and thought, it's hard enough to hide from the teacher. Do I have to hide from Han Jiangxue? Life in Year 3 is really too comfortable. Jiang Xiao leaned back, turned his head slightly, and said softly, I've finished the paper. Class will end in a few minutes. Just as Jiang Xiao turned his head slightly to speak, he suddenly saw a figure moving outside the back door of the classroom. Why do those eyes look so familiar? Xiaopi? Han Jiangxue was about to say something when she suddenly realized that Jiang Xiao was in a daze. She couldn't help but tap the back of Jiang Zhao's head. Han Jiangxue's knock made Jiang Zhao's eyes light up and he finally remembered the familiar pair of eyes. Although it sounded weird, the man's eyes were really beautiful, bright, and friendly, which left a deep impression on Jiang Xiao. Especially in times of extreme danger, the concern in those eyes did not seem to be fake. Jiang Xiao tilted his head towards the back door and asked, Do you still remember the incident on Central Street on Chinese New Year's Eve? Han Jiangxue turned around to look at the back door of the classroom, only to see a face that flashed by. Jiang Xiao continued, At that time, when the young man from the Wasteland Reclaimers saw us, he hurriedly came up to ask about us and was very concerned about us. He claimed that his surname was Qin. We even went back to ask Uncle Xia about his identity. Han Jiangxue asked, Qin Wangchuan. Uncle Xia said that when this young man first entered the army, he received a lot of care from our parents, so he is very concerned about us. Jiang Xiao nodded and said, It should be him outside. Han Jiangxue stared at the empty glass door, and couldn't help but frown. What is he doing here? Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and said, The important thing is whether he's here to look for us. If so, is he here as an individual or as a member of the Wasteland Reclaimers? Han Jiangxue nodded because Jiang Xiao was right. There was a huge difference. Just as she was thinking about it, the bell that signaled the end of class finally rang. At this moment, a few male students rushed out of the classroom with their school bags, and the teacher on the podium who was maintaining the discipline of the evening self-study session did not manage to react at all. It couldn't be helped. The physiques of the awakened were really too good. If not for the fact that the school prohibited it, they would have jumped out of the window. Li Wei greeted them and went to pick up Li Qingmei with his school bag. Jiang Shao and the others packed up their school bags. If nothing went wrong, they would be staying at Xia Yan's house that night. People might not believe it, but Jiang Shao had already turned the tables and taught Xia Yan swordsmanship. Jiang Shao thought that he had to train Xia Yan to the same level as him before the National League began. That way, he would be able to maximize the benefits of the silent tactic. The college entrance examination was only 3 months away, and the National League was just before the college entrance examination. Hence, the task was extremely difficult. The three of them carried their school bags and walked out of the classroom. At the corner of the stairs, they saw a slender figure. Perhaps because his body proportions were good, the young man seemed slender, but in fact, he was tall and muscular. He was at least 185 meters tall. He had a neat buzz cut, and although he was dressed in ordinary clothes, he was clearly from the military. He was about 28 or 29 years old. His appearance was average, but his eyes were very bright. Moreover, his gaze was very friendly, giving people a very comfortable feeling. "Hello," the young man said with a gentle smile. However, Jiang Shao and the other two were very wary. As the only melee fighter, Xia Yan even stood in front of the siblings. Although they were in school and not on the battlefield, Xia Yan had already gotten used to it. "It's me." The young man covered his head with one hand and his mouth with the other, only revealing a pair of eyes to look at the three of them, seemingly reminding them of something. Xia Yan stared at him as if he were a retard. "What are you talking about? Do I know you?" Jiang Shao was a little confused too. "Isn't this guy from the Wasteland Reclaimers? What's he doing? Is this guy reliable or not?" Han Jiangxue was also watching the show from the side, thinking to herself, "It seems that this guy is really here for me." The young man blinked and felt very awkward when no one said anything. He stepped forward and said, "You don't remember me?" Xia Yan extended her hand and flames suddenly appeared in her hand. She then placed it in front of the young man and stopped him from moving forward. Xia Yan retorted, "What about you?" The young man took a step back and said, "Me? I used to." Xia Yan interrupted him and said, "What about you? You've crossed mountains and rivers before? You've also crossed mountains and rivers before?" Ha ha ha. Jiang Shao couldn't help but think, Xia Yan is really toxic, isn't she? Back when they were in the arsenal, Jiang Shao told Han Jiangxue to use Barren Wind and said, "Blow, blow, blow." Xia Yan then asked, "My pride and indulgence?" Jiang Shao was overjoyed. The young man said, "We met on Central Street. We know who you are." Han Jiangxue interrupted Qin Wangchuan and asked, "Why are you looking for us?" Qin Wangchuan heaved a sigh of relief. After being rebuked by Xia Yan, he didn't have to explain anymore. He said, "I have a day off today, so I came to see you guys." Han Jiangxue shook her head slightly with a hint of wariness on her face. "There's no need for that. If you have something to say, just say it. If not, we'll leave." Qin Wangchuan explained, "We met in a hurry on Central Street that day and didn't get to say a lot of things. You two don't know that when I first joined the team, your parents took good care of me, no need." Han Jiangxue interrupted Qin Wangchuan again. "We've been doing well. It's getting late, we should go back." Qin Wangchuan was extremely helpless too. He didn't want to appear in front of the siblings at such a late hour and cause them to be extremely wary. However, he had no choice. He only had a day off tonight. Han Jiangxue really felt that this person had ulterior motive. If it was really as he said, why did he only appear now? Her parents had been missing for 3 years. If he really wanted to repay their kindness, he should have at least expressed it before. Why did he have to appear at this juncture? The two of us made a name for ourselves in the provincial competition, and yet you appeared? Qin Wangchuan looked at Han Jiangshue's wary expression and understood her. He also knew that he couldn't force things. He bade farewell and said, "I just returned from a mission a few months ago. I bumped into you too during my first mission back to the motherland, and I've been thinking about you guys." Qin Wangchuan continued, "I'm here this time to give you a reminder. The Wasteland Reclaimers are very pleased with your performance and are also very interested in you guys. However, this matter depends on your attitude. If possible, I will try my best to become a lobbyist and face you personally. Regardless of whether you agree or not, I can speak up for you. If I can't become a lobbyist and someone else invites you to become an apprentice of the Wasteland Reclaimers, their attitude might be tougher. However, you don't have to be affected by any factors. Just make your own decisions. Don't worry about anything else. I'll try my best to help you settle it." Stunned for a moment, Han Jiangshu asked, "Wasteland Reclaimers?" Qin Wangchuan said, "Yes, just apprentices. If everything goes well, you guys will eventually become official Wasteland Reclaimers." Han Jiangshu said, "But I still have to go to school. I'm going to take the college entrance examination soon." Qin Wangchuan said, "The Wasteland Reclaimers have a very comprehensive training method. It won't affect your studies." Xia Yan asked, "Huh? Do I have a spot as an apprentice?" Qin Wangchuan nodded and said, "I'm not sure." Although he said that he wasn't sure, he was actually nodding. Qin Wangchuan is indeed interesting. Xia Yan's father is Xia Shanhai and she's a genius with 28 star slots. Hence, she should be qualified. However, it would be another matter if they invited her or not. Han Jiangshu and Jiang Shao looked at each other. Logically speaking, both of them should be feeling extremely honored at this moment. It's an invitation from the top team of China. Although they were just apprentices and it was still uncertain if they could become official Wasteland Reclaimers, it was enough for them to be proud of for the rest of their lives. However, a problem arose. The letter that Hai Tianqing handed to him appeared in Jiang Zhao's mind. The content of the letter was very simple. There were only 2 words written in a fountain pen, "Not bad." There seemed to be sword shadows in every stroke, as if there were iron horses and glaciers in his eyes. The tip of the sword was like a swallowtail, and the strokes were like silver hooks. Jiang Shao could see Second Last's cold expression from the 2 words alone, as if she was reminding him of the agreement between them. Is she praising me? Is she telling me that she's safe and sound? Was this her way of hinting that the matter had been settled? No, it's neither. It's a complete threat, okay? Wasteland Reclaimer Apprentice? You guys are too late. I've been scheduled to be the Guardian of the Night a few months ago. Chapter 259. That night at Xia Yan's home, Jiang Shao was wolfing down the noodles cooked by Auntie Zhou for supper when he suddenly thought of something. Smiling, he said to Han Jiangshue, "I haven't even graduated yet and I've already received 2 offers. They're from the 2 top teams in China." Han Jiangshue smiled and rolled her eyes at Jiang Shao. Although she seemed to be rebuking him, she looked more proud than anything else. "Auntie Zhou, hurry and give me 2 more slices of meat," Jiang Shao said while putting his hands on his waist. "Come on, eat more, eat more." Auntie Zhou cut 2 slices of cooked beef and placed them in Jiang Zhao's bowl. Although Auntie Zhou was almost 50 years old, she was already used to sleeping late. The amount of training that the kids underwent every day was too much. Hence, they would definitely have more meals when they returned at night. Hence, Auntie Zhou's schedule had also changed. When the kids went out for competitions, Auntie Zhou would look after the house alone. Although she could go to bed early, she would feel rather empty. Huh! Xia Yan hugged the bowl and raised her head. There was still some noodles in her mouth. Oh! Auntie Zhou hurriedly cut 2 more slices of beef for Xia Yan. To their surprise, the arrival of the Wasteland Reclaimers was just the beginning. In the following week, Jiang Shao and his team met plenty of influential figures. Of course, compared to Qin Wanchuan of the Wasteland Reclaimers, the other big shots came during the day and they visited through the school's connections. No one was like Qin Wanchuan, who was fighting like a primary school student, blocking the classroom door after school and lying in ambush in the corridor. The first to arrive were the people from the Beijiang Province Star Warriors Association. From the Beijiang Province High School League to the Beijiang Province Second Wasteland Reclamation Competition. In the two official competitions, the Beijiang Province Star Warriors Association provided Jiang Zhao's team with 6 Fallen Shadow Witch Star Bead. Logically speaking, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were focusing on grooming them. They came to Jiangbin High School to invite Jiang Zhao's team to join the Star Warriors Association. What did the Beijiang Province Star Warriors Association do? That was a good question. The concept of such an organization was a little abstract. It was to unite the Star Warriors from all walks of life, adhere to serving the people under the leadership of the country, and work hard to promote the development of star studies. The popularization of star studies knowledge would continuously promote the overall level of the Star Warriors. In general, anything that had anything to do with the Star Warriors was within their scope of authority. A simple example, for example, the holding of various competitions in the province. The world did not revolve around high school students. There were too many Star Warrior competitions beyond Jiang Zhao's field of vision. If there were any problems during the competition, such as any shady dealings, the Beijiang Province Star Warriors Association would bear the brunt of the responsibility. Although the Star Warriors Association was not the organizer of the competition, they were the leaders and supervisors of the various competitions. Of course, they were also one of the responsible parties. How much authority does the Star Warriors Association have? There was a popular saying in society, if you can't solve a problem, make a ruckus in the Star Association. The Star Warriors Association had great power and responsibilities. Without exception, the members were all regular Star Warriors. Awakened students like Jiang Xiao, who had yet to graduate from high school and had yet to be approved and issued a Star Warrior certificate, were not qualified to become a member of the Star Warriors Association. In other words, Jiang Xiao, Han Jiangxue, Xia Yan, and Li Wei were considered to have been recruited as an exception. The people sent by the Star Warriors Association made it clear that they would not add any burden to the children before they graduated from high school. They would not assign any tasks to them and told them to focus on the college entrance examination. Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue did not have much of a choice. Since they had been given face, they decided to accept it. Besides, to be honest, if they did not join the army, joining the provincial or national Star Warriors Association would be a good choice if they wanted to find a decent job after graduating from high school or university. Now that they had the opportunity to join, why not? It was always a good idea to enjoy the shade under a big tree. Besides, Jiang Xiao had some ulterior motives. Since the Beijiang Province Star Warriors Association had already taken out 6 Fallen Shadow Witch Star Beads, could they take out another 4? The toxic healer didn't care about his pride anymore. He joined the Star Warriors Association in high spirits and chatted happily with the people sent by the Star Warriors Association. Big brother, look, I'm a member of our organization now. In order to make Beijiang Province famous and achieve better results, can you give us a few more Fallen Shadow Witch Star Beads? My sister has good qualifications. She has 30 star slots, and it's hard to find another person like her in the entire province. Trust me, she'll eventually absorb Sound of Silence. Then, the people from the Star Warriors Association left. He wondered if they regretted inviting Jiang Xiao to join them. In the following days, Jiang Zhao's team received a few more groups of people and received some written invitations. Those people came from powerful backgrounds, such as Beijiang Province Star Warriors University, Zhongji Province Star Warriors University, Eastern Five Alliances Star Warriors University, damning province Star Warriors University, etc. Their only purpose was to poach people. Principal Yen was overjoyed. Given the current situation, as long as Han Jiangxue agreed, they would be able to get a bunch of guaranteed spots. They would even be exempted from the college entrance examination. They could go to any school they wanted. After discussing it with the school, Han Jiangxue decided to show Principal Yen enough respect before tactfully rejecting the invitations. It's not that you guys aren't good, it's just that Goddess Xue deserves better. Well, it's really a sad story. Subsequently, the real invitation came from the Northern University of Defense Technology. It was not a local Star Warriors university, but it was a legitimate military school. The awakened students had a few places to go after the college entrance examination: Star Warriors University and local military schools. The strength of the school was slightly inferior to the Southern University of Defense Technology in Xiangnan, which was known as the Qing North of the military. However, the Northern University of Defense Technology was definitely a key undergraduate college. Hence, Li Wei was tempted. Li Wei's father had set the target for him to go to the Southern University of Defense Technology. Now, an invitation letter of almost the same weight was placed in front of Li Wei. He could pick up the letter and go to the school without going through a series of complicated procedures such as the college entrance examination and the STAR examination. He would then be admitted after participating in the school's internal examination symbolically. If you were in his shoes, would you be willing to seize such an opportunity? The only thing that prevented Li Wei from making a choice was that he had already gained 20 points for the college entrance examination. Li Wei did not gain points for being a good Samaritan. Li Wei was aware of his own standards in cultural studies. If nothing went wrong, he would definitely get good results in the STAR study assessment, and it should not be a problem for him to pass. However, in terms of cultural studies, would he really be able to pass the cutoff score of the Southern University of Defense Technology even if he had gained 20 points? What? Did he just say that he would gain points for the National High School League? Stop dreaming. Their team was indeed a force to be reckoned with in the province, but when it came to the stage of the national competition, they were simply not enough. Ever since the National High School League was established, the Beijiang Provincial High School team had never entered the semifinals. In other words, the Beijiang Provincial High School team had never entered the top 8, regardless of whether it was before or after the reform of the competition. What did the Beijiang Provincial High School team compete for? What did the school, the Provincial Star Warriors Association, and the Provincial Education Department require? It was the ranking. What ranking? From the 99th place to the 50th place. As long as one was in the top 50, it would be considered a success. It was not a joke, but a tragic fact. All of a sudden, Li Wei was a little confused. Faced with the formal invitation, Li Wei immediately expressed that he needed to discuss it with his family. It would be impossible for Jiang Shao not to be tempted. It was a national key military school, and it was not a joke. When Jiang Shao looked at Han Jiangxue, he realized that there was no change in her expression, and there was not a single ripple in her beautiful, dark eyes. Sensing Jiang Zhao's inquisitive gaze, Han Jiangxue reached out and patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder gently. She shook her head slightly and said, "Beijing Star Warriors Association." Jiang Shao was full of admiration and thought, "This girl is so damn ambitious." Xia Yan had long expressed that she did not want to join the army, so she was not interested in the invitation. Jiang Shao took the opportunity to coax and pester Principal Yen while he was beaming with joy. Back then, he was too young and thus agreed to stay in school for 3 years. Now, Jiang Shao had gained 30 additional points for the college entrance examination. The team had great teamwork and would definitely achieve good results in both the cultural and STAR exams. Jiang Shao was likely to be admitted to a good university. If he were to stay in school for a few more years, not only would he lose the additional points for the college entrance examination, He wouldn't be able to find such a good teammate again. Principal Yen seemed to have considered this issue before. Without any hesitation, he agreed to Jiang Zhao's request and said something very interesting. You can go to the first-tier college and the school will definitely not stop you. However, if you want to downgrade, I suggest that you repeat until you get into the first-tier college. Jiang Zhao immediately wanted to pick up the invitation letter from the Northern Science and Technology University of National Defense and flee. Chapter 260. Many things happened in the past week. It was already late March, and the college entrance examination was in June. The college entrance examination was coming up soon, and the students were destined to go their separate ways. However, in this extremely intense and exciting learning session, none of the students realized this sad fact. Perhaps it wasn't until the 8th of June, the day they finished their exams, or even until they went to university and started working that they suddenly realized that the friends who had accompanied them for 3 years had already gone to different places in the world. The air was not filled with the sorrowful atmosphere of separation. The children were all immersed in their studies, and even the bad students who had long given up were much more well-behaved. It was another mathematics test in the morning. Jiang Zhao carried out his plan in an orderly manner and improved his scores again and again. Compared to others, he had experienced the college entrance examination once and thus had more emotions. A few years later, when he recalled the faces of his classmates in high school, some of their faces actually became a little blurry. Fortunately, this time, he didn't have a strong bond with his classmate. He was just a transfer student who spent most of his time with his team. All he saw were Li Wei, Xia Yan, and Han Jiangshu. Logically speaking, although Jiang Zhao and Xia Yan had always been arguing, Jiang Zhao would really miss her if she really went abroad to study. The world would never change according to one's will. Maybe Xia Yan would have a better chance to develop abroad, maybe she would fall in love with a certain place, maybe she would settle down somewhere, or maybe, to put it bluntly, if the two of them were not in the same university, they would definitely have fewer and fewer chances to meet after graduation. What was even more terrifying was that, after the college entrance examination, it was no longer mandatory to form a team of 4. In other words, the national education system guided you to become a collectivist and let you know the importance of teamwork during the period when your values were established and you were growing up. Be it the school or the teachers, they had already completed their teaching tasks with the help of the college entrance examination system. Now that your values have been formed and you've gone to university, entered society, and joined a job, you should walk your own path in the future. What did that mean? In essence, you're alone now. Yes, they've established your ideals and made you adapt to team life, but they can't provide you with 3 people to stay with for the rest of your life. Most of the children, due to inertia and the establishment and nurturing of their beliefs, would still choose to live in groups and teams. Some of the world's top competitions, including university leagues, as well as various social organizations and national armies, were presented in the form of small teams. Therefore, the faith of these graduates would not collapse. This world was still the world they were familiar with. However, these children were separated from their former comrades and had to find new companions. This period of pain was unavoidable, but that was the way the world worked. Their thoughts and beliefs were deeply rooted. If Jiang Zhao hadn't seen all kinds of news, he wouldn't have been able to imagine how desperate the graduates would be to find new teammates. For example, in most universities, when the freshmen of each batch were selecting their teams, there would be an extremely exciting battle between a dragon and a tiger. There were benign and malignant ones. Jiang Zhao initially thought that he would be mischievous, carefree, and heartless. He shouldn't be so sentimental, but after all, he had experienced a separation and knew clearly what would happen in the end. The faint sadness reached its peak when Li Wei approached everyone during the practical class in the afternoon. Li Wei had been looking for a good opportunity, but the battle between Jiang Shao and Xia Yan's giant swords was too intense. After waiting for a long time, he said, "I'm going to Liaolian City next Monday." Jiang Shao and Xia Yan stopped in their tracks and turned to look at Li Wei. Han Jiangxue was trying her best to control the electric current flowing through her fingertips and get closer to chain lightning. After hearing Li Wei's words, she asked softly, "Huh?" With a solemn expression, Li Wei said solemnly, "My father has agreed for me to participate in the Star Study interview of the Northern University of Defense Technology." "Oh," Han Jiangxue responded calmly before lowering her head to look at the tiny electric current in her hand again. The sizzling electric current was like a small snake that slithered through Han Jiangxue's fingers and crawled back and forth along her slender fingers. There was an old Chinese saying that went, "Birds fly far with phoenixes." Li Wei had 25 star slots and the Great Kite Shield star map. Hence, he was considered a genius. He was calm and had the demeanor of a general. His attacks and defenses were methodical, stable, and calm. However, his performance had never been as amazing as that of Han Jiangxue and the others. He had followed the team and fought their way through Beijiang province, which then attracted the attention of key universities. In the entire Beijiang province, Li Wei might not be the most outstanding shield warrior, but he managed to get an invitation while the others did not. That was the credit of the team. In particular, Li Wei and Han Jiangxue's team performed well in the second wasteland reclamation competition that had just ended. Although Li Wei's brilliance was overshadowed, he was conscientious and hard-working as a shield warrior, allowing Han Jiangxue to remain unscathed. Come to think of it, that was also one of the important reasons why he received an invitation. Li Wei continued, "Of course, regardless of whether I succeed or not, I will come back to accompany you for the college entrance examination. I will give it my all and never slack off." "Liaolian?" Xia Yan reached out to wipe her sweat and continued while panting, "It's a military school too. I'm afraid we won't be able to see you again in the future." Li Wei smiled and said, "There will be plenty of opportunities." Xia Yan pursed her lips and asked, "Where's Qingmei? Does she want to go to Liaolian too?" With a peculiar expression, Li Wei said, "She wants to be my schoolmate, but neither of our families wants her to go to the military school." Jiang Shao blinked and thought, "Yeah, the Northern Institute of National Defense is a military school and ordinary students can apply for it too. The couple can be like high school students now. Seems like Li Wei and Li Qingmei are going to be in the same school again." "Wow, what do you mean by a married couple?" Jiang Shao said with a smile, "You're really lucky to have met such a good girlfriend. Putting aside the fact that she's devoted to you, the key is that she's very capable too. Wherever you want to go, she'll be able to get in and accompany you." Li Wei smiled embarrassedly and scratched his head before saying humbly, "I don't know what Qingmei sees in me, hee." Xia Yan suddenly chimed in, "Maybe it's because you're handsome." How heart-wrenching. What else could Jiang Shao say? He had no choice but to change the topic and ask Xia Yan, "Have you decided where you want to go?" Xia Yan's face was flushed due to the strenuous exercise, and there was some beads of sweat on the tip of her nose. She smiled and said, "I've gained so many points." Jiang Shao was unwilling to admit it. When he heard that, he was overjoyed. However, Jiang Shao swore that he had never seen such a cute smile on Xia Yan's face. With the blessings of the team members, Li Wei took a leave from school and boarded the train to Liaolian. There weren't any competitions in the near future, so the three of them trained in an orderly manner. Jiang Shao had many things on his mind, such as upgrading the quality of bell and imprint, as well as upgrading the quality of sound of silence. Bell and imprint were only 3 pieces away from being upgraded, while sound of silence was 4 pieces away. Jiang Shao was extremely tempted. Jiang Shao asked about the price of the entrance ticket to the volcanic dimensional space, only to discover that it cost at least 100,000 yuan. Good heavens, a lava ghoul which star bead is only worth more than 100,000 yuan, right? Although I can't buy it, after much consideration, Jiang Shao decided to thicken his skin and beg Xia Yan for the sake of the team's honor, hoping that she could help him obtain a few lava ghoul which star beads. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to use skill points to upgrade his star technique. Besides, even if he had to, he should go for the precious star beads and star technique. Compared to bell and imprint, Sound of Silence was, of course, more suitable to be upgraded with skill points. Of course, Xia Yan knew what Jiang Shao was capable of. Money wasn't an issue, but he could only buy it through connections. Xia Yan immediately expressed that she would try her best. As for the fallen shadow which star bead, Xia Yan couldn't do anything about it. Jiang Shao didn't ask her at all. After thinking about it for a long time, he went to look for Principal Yan. Yes. Jiang Shao knocked on the door of Principal Yan's office and went to request for the fallen shadow which star bead. Besides, the reason was that Han Jiangshuan needed the Sound of Silence. Jiang Shao seemed to be very sincere as he sat down and began to speak eloquently. We're not being unreasonable. Did you see that our team won first place in the Beijiang Province High School League? Did we bring glory to the school? Did we bring actual benefits to the school? Honor, reputation, educational resources from the country, and even sponsorships from all walks of life. These are all real, right? What about the school's rewards? Yes, I won first place and the organizers of the competition have indeed given us rewards, but your school has to show some appreciation too, right? Also, didn't I get first place in the second wasteland reclamation competition? Did he bring glory to the school again? Did it bring actual benefits to the school again? Honor, reputation, national education resources. Fine, I won't repeat, don't kick me, I'm telling you. If you can't bear to part with the child, you won't be able to find the wolf. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it grass. With Han Jiangshue's Sound of Silence, the team would be able to achieve a better ranking in the National League. What? Did you just say that all 8 of her star techniques have been maxed out? Who told you to say that? She will reach the galaxy stage tomorrow, so you don't have to worry about that. Hey, speaking of which, Han Jiangshue has entered the galaxy stage and has 8 more available star slot. The school should reward her with some precious rules star beads. Have you ever heard of teleportation? Flash? Teleport? Have you ever heard of things like time halt and time reversal? Sunlight illumination, Hisashi Orochi, 8 wine cups, let me tell you, these are all must-haves for mages. Hey, don't kick me. The last of the last. The gossipy Jiang Shao was kicked out of the office by Principal Yan. The scream resounded through the entire school building, shocking all the students in the building. On the next day, there were all sorts of rumors in the school. Principal Yan, the hope of China's football team. The sexy Jiang Xiaopi from the principal's office in Jiangbin Crown is begging online. Jiangbin High School is going to close down. That bastard principal is deducting the rewards. We have no choice. Return my hard-earned money. The last rumor was allegedly spread by a young man with the surname Jiang who did not want to be named. Chapter 261. In the classroom. As soon as the papers for the English test were distributed, Xia Yan scooted over to Jiang Shao. She looked at the paper in Jiang Zhao's hand and said with a look of admiration, "Oh, 121 points? Not bad, huh?" Xia Yan didn't think that Jiang Shao had cheated to get his scores. After all, everyone had witnessed his steady improvement in his results. Besides, compared to the invigilators, Han Jiangshue, who was seated behind Jiang Shao, was much stricter with his management. "Do you want to write a cheat sheet?" "No way. Your results are improving very quickly. It's no wonder that your sister gave up on the recommendation of so many schools and set her sights on the capital Star Warrior Academy. Xia Yin reached out and rubbed Jiang Zhao's head. You're clearly such a reliable guy. Why do I feel that you're so mischievous? Su Ro, the livestream host who was seated in front of them, turned around and aimed her mobile phone at Jiang Zhao's paper. Wow! Su Ro's reaction was a little exaggerated. After all, she was a live streamer and knew how to achieve the desired effect. While aiming her mobile phone at Jiang Zhao's paper, she muttered to herself, "You guys see, this kid is mischievous and frivolous on the surface. He must be the kind of person who goes home to study secretly. You guys have plenty of classmates like him, don't you?" Xia Yan, who was at the side, was deeply touched by her words. Because Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue had been living in her house, Xia Yan knew how hard-working Jiang Xiao was. Whether it was in terms of fighting or learning, his serious and hard-working attitude was the complete opposite of the rascally appearance he displayed. Xia Yan had a clear understanding of Jiang Xiao about that. Toxic healer. Jiang Xiaopi. He's a ruthless person. Jiang Xiao waved his hand at the mobile phone camera and smiled suavely. You're amazed by this score? Hee, I haven't done my best yet. Su Ro opened her mouth wide and stared at Jiang Xiao in a daze. However, Jiang Xiao looked like a lonely expert who said calmly, "During the exam, I took half an hour to review my glorious life and another half an hour to look forward to my glorious future. Another half an hour to write some answers casually. In the remaining half an hour, I've been fantasizing about Han Jiangshue's aloof appearance and exquisite appearance. I dreamed of being with Goddess Shui one day." Xia Yan was dumbfounded. Sigh. Jiang Xiao sighed and shook his head silently. And the result? After the exam, I turned around to see Han Jiangxue sitting behind me. She even asked me if I was hungry and what I wanted to eat for dinner. She wanted to cook for me personally. Sigh, life is really boring. How could I reach the peak so easily? The bullet screen immediately exploded. Holy shit! Listen, is this even human speech? Such a cute little toxic healer. How long will he cry if I punch him? Smiling emoji. Kill him! Bun hit dog. I order you to kill him. I'll King rush to become the alliance leader for you. Kill him. Fight. Die. He. Fight. Die. He. Fight. Die. He. Now. Immediately. Immediately. Fight. Die. He. Su Ro was dumbfounded. She looked at Jiang Xiao, who was looking out of the window at a 45-degree angle. She shoved the phone at Jiang Xiao and said, Come. I'll give you the phone. You do the broadcast. Han Jiangxue, Xia Yan, and Jiang Xiaopi. Come out for a while. Lu Yi, the politics teacher, suddenly said, Han Jiangxue, come out. When Han Jiangxue heard the teacher's voice, she couldn't help but frown and feel a little impatient. The situation had been going on for a week. Too many people visited them, and the three of them were always called away at various times. Initially, when Li Wei was around, the four of them were called away. Now, Li Wei had set off for Liaoyan to participate in the Star Warriors interview at the Northern Defense Science and Technology University. Hence, only the three of them were left. While Han Jiangxue and the others were away, Su Ro shook Han Jiangshue's desk with her mobile phone and saw the red score on the paper, 143. Su Ro grinned and her hand trembled slightly, almost dropping her mobile phone on the ground. Su Ro's actions had indeed increased Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangshue's fans. In this society, knowledge, top students, and true scholars were highly respected and worshipped. The bullet screen was immediately filled with exclamations and praises, and words of praise filled the entire screen. Of course, there were also some who spoke the truth. The cultural exams for awakened students were much easier than those for ordinary students. If an ordinary student scored 143 points in the English exam, he or she would be a true top student. As expected, when the three of them arrived outside the classroom, teacher Lu Yi asked them to report to the principal's office. Jiang Zhao's heart tensed up and he wondered, did Principal Yen find out about my modified jingle? No, if it's a punishment, I can go alone. There's no need to call Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan. Could it be? Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up and he thought, has Principal Yen found his conscience? Is he really going to give out the reward? Isn't he going to run away with the 350 million yuan and his sister-in-law? Or was this another interview in a university? In the past week, Jiang Shao and the others had gone through several interviews. Some of them were personally sent by the school to poach them, while others were sent written invitations. However, ever since Han Jiangxue made it clear to Principal Yen that she wanted to apply for the top universities in China and hoped that he would help her reject the invitations from other schools so that she could focus on her studies, such a situation shouldn't have happened. What exactly happened? The three of them knocked on the door of the principal's office. When Jiang Shao saw the people inside, he had an answer. Big shots. It was no wonder that Principal Yen couldn't stop them. There were two young men who were about 28 or 29 years old sitting on the sofa with solemn expressions on their faces. When Jiang Shao saw Qin Wanchuan's solemn expression, he found it hard to imagine that he was the clown who blocked him in the school corridor that night. Jiang Zhao's biggest impression of Qin Wanchuan was that he covered his head with one hand and covered his mouth with the other while saying, Me, I used to. Although the other person was wearing jeans and a leather jacket, his neat crew cut, his upright sitting posture, and the temperament he exuded easily made people think of him as a soldier. Logically speaking, when Jiang Shao first saw the members of the Wasteland Reclaimers on Central Street, they were all dressed differently and had rather cool outfits. Their swaggering manner made Jiang Shao think of them as arrogant and unruly. However, it now seemed that they were no different from regular soldiers. Perhaps it was because all the other teams on the street were dressed in the same uniform? Was that why Jiang Shao had a misconception about the Wasteland Reclaimers? Did he think that they were all mavericks? Come on, kids, come in. Principal Yen smiled and waved at Jiang Shao and the others with a benevolent look on his face. Jiang Shao, on the other hand, knew how sharp his leg technique was. Principal Yen invited them into the office before opening the door and leaving. As the principal of the school, he was showing the Wasteland Reclaimers respect by doing so. Hello, we are soldiers from the Wasteland Reclaimers. My name is Qin Wanchuan and this is my captain, Zhang Bingyang. Qin Wanchuan acted as if he had never seen them before. He stood up and introduced himself. The man in the leather jacket also stood up. His expression was extremely solemn, like a stone statue, giving off a stinky and hard feeling. However, the words that came out of his mouth were very warm. I am Zhang Bingyang. Please allow me to pay my utmost respect to the Han and Xia clan seniors. The Han family of the Wasteland Reclaimers were declared missing during the mission and were judged dead. On the other hand, Xia Shanhai was seriously injured and retired from the army. The two families had indeed sacrificed their lives for the Wasteland Reclaimers. Now, Zhang Bingyang began to give his speech to the descendants of the two families. However, what puzzled Jiang Shao was that if he really wanted to find someone to recruit the children as Wasteland Reclaimers, shouldn't he find someone who could speak? Even if he wasn't eloquent, he should at least be eloquent, right? Zhang Bingyang's first sentence was still reasonable, but his second sentence had dropped drastically. Jiang Shao seemed to have heard the ending sentence of a primary school student's essay. You are all descendants of the Wasteland Reclaimers. You should follow in the footsteps of your ancestors. I believe that you have a good understanding of the meaning of Wasteland Reclaimers. I believe that you believe in inheritance and desire glory just like me. Let us complete the unfinished business of those seniors. Let us advance on the land that they have yet to set foot on. Join the Wasteland Reclaimers. Let us work hard for the rise of China. fight for the cause of wasteland reclaimers for the rest of your lives. This guy is actually a little cute? Zhang Bingyang had a stone-like poker face, and he was reciting a primary school student's essay in all seriousness. Jiang Xiao felt that he did it on purpose. Later on, as the conversation continued, Jiang Xiao slowly felt that this guy's brain had really been trained too much. Just like those nerds, this guy might also be lacking in some aspects. Do you guys think that Wu Haoyang is a martial arts fanatic? No, Zhang Bingyang is even more of a martial arts fanatic than him, without a doubt, since he could become the captain of the Wasteland Reclaimers. His combat power was definitely extraordinary. Perhaps he was not good at socializing and did not know the ways of the world, but his tactical attainments and combat power were definitely top-notch. Perhaps this was what they called being partial to one subject in life. Jiang Xiao could not understand why the Wasteland Reclaimers would send such a person to persuade them. However, looking at the eloquent Qin Wangchuan, Jiang Xiao seemed to have figured something out. He reckoned that the lobbyist was probably Qin Wangchuan, and he managed to get this opportunity from the army with the support of his captain, Zhang Bingyang. It seemed that Qin Wangchuan didn't go back on his words. If you become a Wasteland Reclaimer apprentice, you will receive special educational resources. We understand your situation very well. For example, you and your brother may have special care for the children of martyrs, but it's too difficult for you to obtain star techniques, Qin Wangchuan said. Qin Wangchuan said, once you become a Wasteland Reclaimer apprentice, you will not only have one-to-one teachers to train you, but you will also have a clear star map. We will help you obtain precious star beads, Qin Wangchuan said. Believe me, with your parents as the ancestors of the Wasteland Reclaimers, everyone in the Wasteland Reclaimers will take special care of you. Jiang Xiao suddenly said, a few months ago, someone booked me as a guardian apprentice. Zhang Bingyang's expression darkened. His originally taut face became even more gloomy. His question was also very straightforward. It was just one word, who? Jiang Xiao said, don't worry about that for now. I'm just going to ask you something. Can you work part-time? Qin Wangchuan. What does that mean? This kid wants to be a night watchman and a Wasteland Reclaimer. Apprentices from two of China's top teams? What the hell? Is that even possible? Qin Wangchuan stared at Jiang Xiao in bewilderment as if he had heard a fantasy story. He asked with uncertainty, you want to be a night watchman and Wasteland Reclaimer? Wasteland Reclaimer and night watchman? Jiang Xiao shrugged and said, that's my life. Only a child would make a choice. Jiang Xiao pointed at Han Jiangxue with his left hand and Xia Yan with his right. I want both. Bang! Xia Yan kicked Jiang Xiao out of the office door and his shrieks filled the entire teaching building again. Principal Yan, who was smoking at the door, shivered in fright. The students in the teaching building got into an uproar again as they began discussing. Is Principal Yan really going to enter the Chinese football field? The stingy Principal Yan, the new hope of Chinese football. The sexy Jiang Xiaopi is begging online again? Begging for money? Chapter 262. Qin Wangchuan felt like he was about to break down, but when he thought about how Jiang Xiaopi was adopted, he felt relieved. Han Jiangxue wasn't greedy at all and was full of righteousness. She was the true descendant of the Han family of Wasteland Reclaimers. In fact, Han Jiangxue didn't have a good impression of the Wasteland Reclaimers as she knew very little about them. Besides, her parents had died during the team's mission. Hence, it was difficult for her to have a good impression of the Wasteland Reclaimers. From the beginning to the end, Han Jiangxue's attitude was very clear. At this stage, her goal was to pass the examination and everything else was out of the question. She gave up all the generous conditions offered by the Wasteland Reclaimers and just wanted to live her own life. For any child, they would want to see the outside world through their own efforts. This kind of belief was understandable. However, after the two wasteland reclaimers bade farewell and left, Jiang Shao caught up with Qin Huangchuan at the staircase and stated his intentions. I really want to be an apprentice of the wasteland reclaimers. Qin Huangchuan looked at Jiang Shao in amusement and explained, if you become an apprentice, you won't have your own time until you pass the examination and become a regular wasteland reclaimer. You'll live with your teacher and spend most of your time in the military camp. You'll also have to go on some missions in the dimensional space with the army. Hence, you can't become an apprentice of both sides. Qin Huangchuan looked at Jiang Shao, who was frowning and deep in thought. He added, besides, the Wasteland Reclaimers and the Guardians of the Night are the top teams in China and are definitely competitors. Although I'm willing to define this as a healthy competition, but, Qin Huangchuan shrugged his shoulders, his meaning obvious. Jiang Shao frowned and said, but my teacher promised me that I can go to school in another city normally. He'll also teach me, train me, and participate in missions in his spare time. Aren't my parents not real soldiers too? They're foreign aid. Qin Huangchuan froze for a moment and looked at Zhang Bingyang. What Jiang Shao said was true. The Han family couple were not real soldiers, but those who were particularly powerful and had excellent personal qualities. They had also passed strict checks to become wasteland reclaimers. The Han family couple usually did not train in the army or participate in any activities in the military camp. They would only go on missions when it was time for the wasteland reclaimers. But the Han couple were regular wasteland reclaimers, not wasteland reclaimers. Apprentices had to undergo training and learning. Besides, with Zhang Bingyang and Qin Huangchuan's positions and authority, it was difficult for them to agree to Jiang Zhao's request on the spot. They had to go back and discuss it with their leaders. As the child of a martyr in the wasteland reclamation, Jiang Shao was indeed blessed by the heavens. If it were anyone else, such an outrageous request would probably have been ignored. However, Qin Huangchuan was rather intelligent and managed to analyze a lot of information from Jiang Zhao's words. Firstly, why did the Guardians of the Night want Jiang Shao to become an apprentice? Without a doubt, Jiang Zhao's strength and quality definitely passed. Secondly, what kind of person would agree to Jiang Zhao's rude conditions and even make an exception for him when he was just an apprentice? He could go out to study and attend the training of the Guardians of the Night during his spare time. How high was the position of this mysterious night watcher? How outstanding was Jiang Shao for him to be treated like that? Also, what did he mean by doing missions in his spare time? How could the night watchers have so much free time? The job of the night watchers was to stay in one place. They had to be able to endure loneliness and loneliness. Apart from knowledge, tactical attainments, and abilities, the training of Jiang Zhao's temperament would also take up a considerable proportion. So, what did it mean for him to go out on missions in his spare time? How could Jiang Shao develop sufficient willpower if he were to be groomed like that? That didn't fit the nature of the job of the Guardians of the Night at all. Qin Huangchuan's heart skipped a beat, and he deduced that the person Jiang Shao agreed to was probably not a regular Guardian of the Night, but a special soldier of the Guardians of the Night, the Light Chasers. At the thought of this, Qin Huangchuan looked at Jiang Shao in a different light, and he really had the thought of taking Jiang Shao in as his disciple. In fact, if the siblings agreed, Zhang Bingyang and Qin Huangchuan would be their one-to-one tutors. Zhang Bingyang was a powerful rules awakened. Qin Huangchuan was a wise healer. Poor Xia Yan. She seemed to have become a free gift? To Jiang Shao, the conditions offered by the Wasteland Reclaimers were too generous, and he was really tempted. Besides, Second Last had been through thick and thin with him. Even if she couldn't give Jiang Shao everything that the Wasteland Reclaimers had promised, Jiang Shao wouldn't go back on his word. Jiang Shao had already promised her a long time ago. What Jiang Shao didn't know was that his words had made Qin Huangchuan even more interested in him. However, Qin Huangchuan didn't show it on his face. Since Han Jiangxue had clearly rejected the Wasteland Reclaimers, they immediately retreated. Jiang Shao tried to fight for it, but after realizing that it was hopeless, he no longer persisted. However, when he returned to the principal's office to look for Han Jiangxue, he discovered that Principal Yen had handed 2 small boxes to Han Jiangxue and 1 to Xia Yan. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Principal Yen was still looking benevolent and amiable. Facing Han Jiangxue, he was filled with gratitude and admiration. He then asked about Han Jiangxue's daily studies and gave her a few words of encouragement before letting the 3 of them leave. Before the 3 of them left, Principal Yen specially instructed Xia Yan to repair the door. Xia Yan blushed slightly because she had just received a precious star bead from him. She hurriedly apologized to Principal Yen and promised to find someone to change the door for him. Principal Yen wasn't short of money. It was just a door. It was mainly because Principal Yen got a great shock when Xia Yan kicked Jiang Shao out just now and burned his hand with the cigarette he was holding, okay? Hence, Xia Yan had to repair the door. Jiang Shao, who was outside the door, eagerly grabbed the 2 small boxes from Han Jiangxue's hands. At the instant his fingers touched the star bead, the information displayed in his internal star map was, Fallen Shadow Witch Star Bead. 2 Fallen Shadow Witch Star Beads. Jiang Shao almost burst into tears. It turns out that begging online is useful. It turns out that crying, throwing a tantrum, and trying to hang myself is really useful. Principal Yen has really rewarded me with 2 Fallen Shadow Witch Star Beads. Jiang Shao looked at Xia Yan's hand, but she was rather insensible, as if she didn't see the desire in Jiang Zhao's eyes. Jiang Shao repeated the same trick and went to hold her hand. Congratulations to the male and female guests for successfully holding hands. Yes, Jiang Shao was a little dumbfounded because he had successfully held hands. Previously, on the podium of the Provincial League, Jiang Shao did the same action in order to see what Xia Yan's star bead was. At that time, Xia Yan released her hand and tossed the star bead to Jiang Shao. However, this time, she actually grabbed Jiang Zhao's hand. Xia Yan held onto Jiang Zhao's hand and walked around him before wrapping her arms around his shoulders. Her actions made Jiang Shao feel rather awkward. Xia Yan asked, "You want all of them? What do you plan to do?" Jiang Shao turned around and saw Xia Yan's fake smile. He couldn't help but retort, "It's just a metaphor. Why are you reacting so strongly? You're too greedy." Xia Yan lowered her head slightly and stared at Jiang Shao with a stern expression. Although Jiang Shao had grown a lot in the past 6 months and was already more than 175 centimeters tall, Xia Yan was still taller than him. Jiang Shao rarely saw her being so serious. Hence, he couldn't help but feel a little bewildered. This, to his surprise, Xia Yan looked at Jiang Shao before tilting her head to look at Han Jiangxue. All of a sudden, she smiled and said, "It's more like I want all of them." Bang! Xia Yan was kicked away by Han Jiangxue. Jiang Shao applauded and cheered in his heart. What a good cycle! Who will heaven spare? Xia Shaochai flew out, but the small square box in her hand was left behind. Jiang Shao opened it and pretended to look at it carefully. In fact, the information had already been provided in the internal star map. It was a fallen shadow thorn star bead. The reward given by Principal Yen was exactly the same as the one given during the competition. Did great minds think alike? Principal Yen is such a reputable figure. He should be a member of the Star Warriors Association too, right? Principal Yen probably got those star beads from the Beijiang Province Star Warriors Association, right? Or perhaps, he might even be a member of the National Star Warriors Association. Logically speaking, the star techniques contained in the fallen Shadow Thorn star bead were all rather good. Shadow Blade Protection, Shadow Blade Fury, all of which were offensive and defensive. They also came with soul damage, which was enough for Xia Yan to improve her abilities. Unfortunately, Xia Yan was only in the late nebula stage at this time. Her available star slots were already full, and it would be unrealistic for her to break through to the galaxy stage in less than 3 months. It would probably be difficult for her to even reach the peak of the nebula stage, let alone the galaxy stage. The fallen shadow thorn star bead could only be obtained after she entered university and advanced to the galaxy stage. Of course, the premise was that she could break through to the galaxy stage. Jiang Zhao's worries were not groundless. After all, the others did not have an internal star map like Jiang Zhao and could use skill points to advance to the next realm. There were too many examples in society. The small checkpoints in each realm and the big checkpoints when breaking through to the next realm could block an awakened one, making it impossible for him or her to advance to the next realm for the rest of his or her life. The galaxy stage was an important watershed. After reaching the galaxy stage, physical fitness would no longer have much to do with the improvement of one's realm. Reaching the galaxy stage meant that one had reached the next level. That meant that one had already reached the minimum physical fitness requirements of a true star warrior. One's body had already become a solid shield and a solid foundation. No matter how high one wanted to fly, one's body would be able to carry one's dreams. From now on, if one wanted to advance to the next realm, one would have to rely on one's aptitude, hard work, and understanding of star studies. Of course, those were all things that one would fall behind if one did not advance. If one were to advance to the galaxy stage and then begin to fall into depravity, stop training, and start gambling, one might not know if one's realm would drop. But then again, if it really did drop, would the 9th and subsequent star slots be destroyed? Could the star beads that were embedded in the galaxy stage be returned? Jiang Zhao thought about it for a long time and shook his head repeatedly to clear his mind. He then retracted his thoughts and began to consider his star technique. Sound of Silence, Gold Quality Level 2, 9 out of 100. Jiang Zhao now had 6 Fallen Shadow Witch star beads and could be promoted to Gold Quality Level 8, 9 out of 100. Can I be reckless now? Or should I really wait for little Jiangxue to break through to the galaxy stage and let her try to absorb Sound of Silence? Logically speaking, luxurious platinum was still very attractive to Jiang Zhao. In particular, God knew what kind of terrifying effects the Sound of Silence would have after it was upgraded to platinum quality. Chapter 263. Li Wei was back, beaming with joy. He had succeeded and became the first student in Year 3 Class 1, or rather, in Jiangbin High School. Besides, he was recruited by a key military school in China, which was undoubtedly an honor. Li Wei and Li Qingmei announced the news to everyone at the entrance of the classroom. Li Qingmei was filled with pride and joy as she held Li Wei's face and kissed him repeatedly. Such a scene made everyone envious and jealous, and it also caused the howls of wolves in grade 12 class 1 to rise and fall. After Li Qingmei left, Li Wei was pressed under the bodies of a group of students and ravaged. Li Wei had a faint smile on his face, and even though his hair was naturally messy, it couldn't stop him from exuding charm. When it was time to pass the exam, the moment he was admitted to the school that he liked was probably the most beautiful moment for a student. Li Wei's state reminded Jiang Zhao of 2 lines from a poem: when one is pleased with success, one can see all the flowers in Chang'an in a day. Yi Lanxiang's homeroom teacher was also elated. How could she not be happy when there was already a spot in the class before the exam? In order to take care of the feelings of the other students, Yi Lanxiang handed the duty of emptying the trash can to Li Wei. Li Wei was now in charge of emptying the trash in the class. She also specially reminded Li Wei to remember to wear earphones when playing with mobile phones, video games, and movies in class so that he wouldn't disturb the other students. Yes, at least before the college entrance examination, Li Wei had to attend classes like the other students. The cultural lessons were all right, but the practical lessons were the most important. Li Wei didn't have to take any exams, but he had to accompany Jiang Xiao and the other two for the star study exam. Han Jiangshua's goal was the best in China, capital star warrior. If nothing went wrong, the team assessment should be of the highest difficulty. The target of the exam must be a powerful creature in a dimensional space. In addition, the team would also have to participate in the National High School League. Although Li Wei had successfully promoted himself through the 2 provincial competitions, the other 3 still had to get extra points. Of course, it was almost impossible to get extra points in the National High School League. The National High School League was different from the Provincial High School League. In the National High School League, as long as one made it to the semifinals and the top 8, they would get extra points for the college entrance examination. However, making it to the top 8? The previous high school teams in Beijiang Province had never achieved that. The best result in Beijiang Province seemed to be 69th place. The top 50 places were basically all provinces with strong education and economy. The top 10 places were monopolized by high schools from first and second tier cities. It had been decades, and such a phenomenon had never been broken. This year, be it the province or the school, they were all looking forward to Jiang Zhao's team. Hence, Li Wei couldn't give up. The members of Jiang Zhao's team were treated like treasures, but at this juncture, something interesting happened. The famous king of duels of Xindan Creek, Wu Haoyang, had come to Jiangbin. After all, it was only a 2-hour drive from Xindan Creek to Jiangbin. It was mainly because Wu Haoyang had charged straight to Jiangbin High School. You could say that he was being presumptuous, but he was still holding a wooden crescent moon blade in his hand. It was obvious that he wanted to challenge him to a spar. The material of this weapon was very friendly and well-behaved. However, if one were to say that he was polite, he would simply stand in front of the teaching building with a sword in his hand. He raised his head and roared, "Xia Yan, come out, one-on-one." It was time for the students to have their free time and eat dinner before the evening self-study session began. The people on the field were strolling together in groups of 2s and 3s, while some students were playing ball games. There were also students studying in the teaching building. Hence, the school gate was wide open and Wu Haoyang swaggered in. After asking his classmates about the location of Year 3 Class 1, he stood on the field and looked up at the teaching building. "Xia Yan, come out, one-on-one." All of a sudden, the entire school was in an uproar. Who was Xia Yan? She was a goddess-like figure in Jiangbin High School and the top melee fighter in Jiangbin High School. Although Xia Yan didn't put on any airs in front of Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangshua, she only behaved like a crazy lunatic when she was facing her teammates. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. In the eyes of outsiders, Xia Yan was undoubtedly the king. Her results were obvious and no one could doubt her. Hence, when a stranger suddenly challenged the melee fighter of the school tyrants, Goddess Yan, the entire school was in an uproar. The curriculum of Year 3 was boring and the children were too eager to stir up trouble. Finally, there was a trigger. Things were getting out of hand. Someone actually shouted for Wu Haoyang to challenge him to a one-on-one. The situation was getting out of hand. Afterwards, the students who surrounded him recognized the audacious stranger. "Huh? Isn't this Wu Haoyang from Xindan Creek High School number 11? Wow, he's known as the best warrior of Xindan Creek. He's invincible in the city and has never tasted defeat." Pfft, come on, he's never tasted defeat? Didn't he still lose to the school tyrants of high school? He lost in the provincial league and the second reclamation. But he's never lost in a one-on-one duel. Never lost? Didn't he get defeated by my goddess Xue? Although I'm also a firm supporter of goddess Xue, you've remembered wrongly. It was the toxic healer who sent Wu Haoyang out of the border. Oh yes. The toxic healer touched Wu Haoyang's waist with his black hands. Haha. Stop talking. I have an image in my mind. Is it the time when he ran out with his back straight? Ha 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 ha. The students were discussing. Wu Haoyang held a sword in one hand and pointed it at the window of Year 3 Class 1. Xia Yan, come out. We agreed to have a one-on-one duel. The students began to discuss even louder. Clearly, a warrior from another school had come to challenge them, and yet Xia Yan was cowering and refusing to show up. Come out, Xia Yan. Answer me. Yeah, Goddess Yan? What's going on? Are you embarrassing us? Does Xia Yan know you? Why would she embarrass you? Nonsense, aren't I from Jiangbin High School? Xia Yan has been specifically provoked and yet, she's acting like a coward. Isn't she embarrassing Jiangbin High School? Come out then. Are you going to fight Wu Haoyang? Bullsh *T. How am I supposed to fight him? How can I possibly defeat Wu Haoyang? So if I can't, I'll just fight? Wu Haoyang seemed to have heard the conversation. He turned his head to look at the two arguing students and the one who said it was embarrassing. He raised his wooden broadsword and pointed it at the boy. You're coming? The boy's face was flushed and he was so embarrassed that blood seemed to be dripping out of his cheeks. He then moved backward. Humph. Wu Haoyang humphed coldly with obvious disdain. At the same time, a head popped out of the window of Year 3 Class 1. It was Su Ro, who was holding onto her mobile phone and eating a bun. She pointed her mobile phone at Wu Haoyang and yelled, Yan Yan has gone out for lunch. What are you yelling for? Wu Haoyang frowned and his eyes were glistening. He spun the sword around and gestured. The students who had gathered to watch the fun took a few steps back. Wu Haoyang said, Let's wait for her then. Who wants to play with me first? All of a sudden, the bustling field fell silent. The scene was extremely exciting. With a sullen expression, Wu Haoyang barked, Who wants to play? 3 seconds, 5 seconds, still, no one took up the challenge. Wu Haoyang hollered angrily, Is there only one team in the huge first high school? Where are the others? Is the school tyrants your last fig leaf? When he said that, it was no longer a one-on-one duel, but a one-on-one versus an entire school. I'll do it. A figure suddenly jumped down from the window of Year 3 Class 1. It was Xing Lang. Wu Haoyang smiled and said with a hint of admiration, You're brave, but you're not strong enough. You can't do it. Give me someone who can fight. While speaking, Wu Haoyang swung his sword and a gust of wind blew. Xing Lang's body, which had just landed on the ground, was blown away and he staggered backward. In reality, Xing Lang wasn't injured. However, Xing Lang had completely lost on the battlefield. Due to the fact that he had come into contact with Xing Lang during the competition, Wu Haoyang was clear about his strength and hence wasn't interested. Wu Haoyang roared again, Jiangbin High School. Give me someone who can fight. There was another terrifying silence, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Who is Wu Haoyang? The students who paid a little attention to the awakened competition knew how powerful he was. Fight? How? Would it be glorious to be defeated in seconds? The students of Jiangbin High School were furious, resentful, embarrassed, and guilty. All of this was broadcasted by Su Ro's mobile phone. She was now in a dilemma. If this went on, the news tomorrow would be Jiangbin High School was provoked and no one could fight. That would be a huge embarrassment. If the school were to send staff to chase Wu Haoyang out on the grounds of cleaning up the outsiders, Jiangbin High School would really be known as a coward. Wu Haoyang. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. All the students were overjoyed and turned to look in the direction of the voice, as if a savior had descended. The crowd automatically parted to make a path for him. Everyone looked over, only to see the lonely figure of the toxic healer, who was holding a bowl of roasted cold noodles in his hand. The toxic healer is here. Kill him, kill him. Who told him to pretend? Go, God Pie. A series of voices sounded in the field. Wu Haoyang was quite a figure since he could make everyone feel indignant. When Wu Haoyang saw an acquaintance, he smiled and said, Why? Didn't you get beaten up enough last time? Are you here to ask for another beating? Wu Haoyang was talking about their first encounter in the snowfield. When the two of them met in the arsenal for the second time, Jiang Shao said something to Wu Haoyang in order to let him fight with Jiangbin High School No. 3 so that they could reap the benefit. It seemed that Wu Haoyang had taken it seriously. Jiang Shao chewed on the roasted cold noodles and pursed his lip. It's Wednesday today. Why aren't you in class? Wu Haoyang was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao smacked his lips and thought, wow, the roasted cold noodles are amazing. While tasting the delicacies from the stalls outside the school, Jiang Shao said in a muffled voice, I'll tell the teacher that you skipped class. Wu Haoyang was speechless. Jiang Shao asked, why? You don't believe me? Wu Haoyang swallowed his saliva and an embarrassed smile suddenly appeared on his handsome face. He said something that made the entire school dumbfounded. Don't, Xiaopi, this can be discussed. Chapter 264. Don't, Xiaopi, we can discuss this. Wu Haoyang stammered, no longer sounding domineering at all. Aha! Jiang Shao pointed at Wu Haoyang and said with a, I've caught you expression, I knew it was you. Qian Zhuang. Wu Haoyang was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao took another bite of the roasted cold noodles and said in a muffled voice, Why are you wearing Wu Haoyang's clothes? Wu Haoyang was speechless. What are you guys doing here? Everyone's eyes were focused on Wu Haoyang and Jiang Shao, who was eating the roasted cold noodles. Before they knew it, the real protagonists had already arrived. When the students saw Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan, they immediately cheered and cheered endlessly. Xia Yan was dumbfounded. Of course, she had also seen Wu Haoyang in the middle of the venue. However, why was the supposedly mighty and domineering Wu Haoyang smiling at Jiang Shao? What happened? Go ahead and fight with her first. Jiang Shao patted Wu Haoyang's shoulder and said casually, Go buy me roasted cold noodles after you lose. Just like that, the curtains of an informal sparring challenge began. As soon as Xia Yan heard that Jiang Shao was there to challenge them, she immediately perked up and asked for a weapon from Han Jiangxue. She then picked up the wooden giant sword and dashed forward. Jiang Shao blended into the crowd and craned his neck to watch the two of them fight. Can the wooden giant sword and the wooden crescent sword really fight each other? The two of them fought to their heart's content, and even the surrounding audience couldn't help but start cheering. The group of students had just been provoked and were filled with rage. They wanted nothing more than to kick Wu Haoyang to death. Now, they were mesmerized and admired the two powerful warriors from the bottom of their hearts. There had never been such a powerful high school student in Beijiang province before. Not to mention Han Jiangxue, who had 30 star slots. Even Xia Yan, who was in the late nebula stage with 28 star slots, was much stronger than the students of the previous cohort. Not to mention Wu Haoyang, who was already at the peak of the nebula stage. What kind of powerful people were the top echelon of Beijiang province in the past? What kind of powerful people were the ones who won the first place in the provincial competition? People like Gao Junwei and Yu Zhen are enough to dominate. Han Jiangxue, Xia Yan, and Wu Haoyang were all able to defeat Gao Junwei and Yu Zhen as easily as if they were their own sons. Su Ro was overjoyed today, and the livestream was in a mess. The two of them could represent the pinnacle of the Beijiang province high school students in close combat. What else was there to say? A large number of viewers flooded into the livestream, and Su Ro was looking at Xia Yan with a loving gaze. Just as the battle was in full swing, Jiang Shao felt that his left hand was being held by someone. Huh? Which hero was it? You dare to take advantage of me in the crowd? Jiang Shao turned around, only to see something incredible. He saw a beautiful side profile, a girl's face that was so white that it glowed. She was 168 centimeters tall and in her early 20s. She had soft, curly shoulder-length blonde hair, a high nose bridge, and blue eyes. Due to the fact that the sky was dark and the large street lamps in the field were lit up, her skin glowed in Jiang Zhao's eyes. Hence, her eyes were a mesmerizing deep ocean blue. She was clearly a Caucasian girl who should be of Northern European descent. Her skin was almost pale, and in Jiang Zhao's opinion, it was unhealthy. "You've indeed seen it before," the girl said while holding Jiang Zhao's hand. Her English was not fluent and had a special accent. Fortunately, Jiang Zhao's English was not bad, and he had no problem communicating with her. "Who is it?" Jiang Zhao asked when he realized that it was a beautiful girl. He grabbed her cold palm. "My prey, the dream that I've been chasing for 3 years," the girl said softly. "You have its mark on your body." Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded. The girl took a deep breath and her blonde, shoulder-length hair glistened under the light. Jiang Zhao asked, "Do you mean I've been tainted?" The girl's breathing paused and she glanced at Jiang Zhao in disdain. However, she did not turn her head and continued to watch the competition. She asked, "Where is it? Who were you before this?" Jiang Zhao was also confused, but that did not stop him from flirting with the girl. The girl asked, "Where is it?" Jiang Zhao said, "I have a lot of time to waste with you." The girl fell silent for a moment before saying casually, "You can call me Caesar." "Where did it go?" "Caesar? Isn't that a domineering name? Or, you foreigners only have a few names, so every name has a famous person," Jiang Zhao muttered. He suddenly felt the girl's cold hand clench in his right hand. Her voice was extremely serious, but it sounded a little funny because of her accent. "Tell me, where is it? Your next answer is directly related to your life." Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded. A Northern European girl had sneaked into the school for no reason, held his hand for no reason, and was angry at him for no reason. Jiang Zhao asked helplessly, "What exactly is it?" The girl pouted and said slowly, "It's a magical star beast that will let you see the future." Jiang Zhao was shocked and he suddenly thought of the battle on Lunar New Year's Eve. The dimensional space opened abruptly and the battle was extremely strange. Under the chaos of time and space, Xia Yan became an alternative pioneer while he actually returned to the past and became a prophet. So, those are not dreams. That's a special creature of another dimension? Did Jiang Zhao experience the strange star techniques displayed by the creatures of other dimensions? Is this girl here to look for that strange creature? Jiang Zhao digested the shocking news and pondered for a while before saying, "I don't know. I've never even seen it before. If it weren't for your appearance, I might not have known that such an ability really exists. I thought it was just a dream." The girl finally turned around and raised her head slightly, staring at Jiang Zhao with a pair of burning eyes. Her sea-blue eyes seemed to contain the depths of the ocean, causing Jiang Zhao to deliberately avoid looking into her eyes. It was not that Jiang Zhao rejected women. It was reasonable. No one would feel anything when being stared at by a pale-skinned zombie. The girl looked at Jiang Zhao quietly and suddenly stood on her tiptoes. She leaned forward and whispered into Jiang Zhao's ear, "Liars will have their hearts torn apart." She then let go of Jiang Zhao's palm and retreated. "Wow! Cool! Goddess Yen! Goddess Yen! Goddess Yen! Xia Yen! I forgot to give birth to your child. She's too damn cool. Let's just hit her like that." All of a sudden, the students in the inner and outer layers became restless, and the atmosphere completely exploded. Each and every one of them danced with joy and cheered loudly. Jiang Zhao was slightly stunned, but he reacted extremely quickly and frantically reached out to grab the girl who was trying to leave. However, the crowd seemed to be deliberately going against him. Why is she like an illusory dream that can leave freely through the crowd, while I'm a dead pig that weighs 180 kilograms? Shut your mouths. Jiang Zhao went silent, and a large area in front of him fell silent. The students' faces were all flushed and they looked like they had suffered internal injuries. Jiang Zhao tried his best to push the group of students away and ran out. He tried his best, but in the end, he only saw an empty field. Hai Tianqing's reprimanding voice came from the battle behind him. He had never heard him speak so loudly and sternly before. "What are you all crowding around here for? Don't you know that it's time for class? All of you, go back to class." The students dispersed in an uproar, but each and every one of them felt refreshed. Hai Tianqing was especially good at picking the right timing. Just now, Xia Yan only had a slight advantage, and they would probably have to fight for dozens of rounds in order to determine the winner. However, Hai Tianqing stopped them at this juncture, which not only helped Jiangbin High School regain their pride, but also prevented a private fight. The crowd quickly dispersed, and the bustling sports field was soon empty of people. Only that lonely figure was left. Facing the empty field, his heart was a little confused. "Xiaopi? Why are you in a daze here?" Han Jiangshue's voice suddenly sounded from behind. "Go back to class." Jiang Shao shook his head and tried to sober himself up. He turned around and saw Han Jiangshue's concerned gaze. At this moment, only the two of them were left on the field. "What's the matter?" She reached out to touch Jiang Zhao's head. However, Jiang Shao stopped her and held her hand tightly. Slightly stunned, Han Jiangshue subconsciously struggled, but to no avail. Hence, she let him hold her hand. Jiang Shao held her hand tightly. "At least, you're real." Chapter 265. The appearance of the zombie girl made Jiang Zhao's heart flutter. Logically speaking, Jiang Shao should have left everything behind during the final sprint before the college entrance examination. However, the girl's mysterious entrance and exit, as well as the mysterious star beast that she mentioned, and even the words that she whispered into Jiang Zhao's ear at the end made him ponder over it repeatedly. "Liars will have their hearts torn apart." What kind of words are those? Are they words of spite? Or a threat? Or is it some kind of curse-type star technique? Jiang Shao was a little flustered, which was directly reflected in his test results. At this stage, Jiang Shao had basically determined which 3 out of 6 subjects were history, geography, and politics. In the end, he gave up on physics, chemistry, and biology because they were not suitable for him. Breaking up should be done in a dignified manner. There was no need for anyone to apologize. Jiang Shao had already thrown the book on physics and evolution into a corner, but due to his distraction, his results for the history test were not ideal. Han Jiangshue noticed it and panicked. If nothing went wrong, Jiang Zhao's subjects for the college entrance examination would be language, mathematics, English, politics, history, and geography. Among the 6 subjects, Jiang Zhao's politics was the one that Han Jiangshue was the least worried about. Yes, Jiang Shao was a postgraduate student and a workaholic in his previous life. When he went all out, his results in English and politics were among the best in Year 3. On the other hand, Jiang Zhao's history was not bad, but if he were to apply for the Capital Star Warrior University, the evaluation of not bad would not do. He had to be very good. The 3 of them were now doing their morning exercises in the form of a test. Han Jiangshue had been helping Jiang Shao to memorize history. Jiang Shao was really envious of Li Wei. Everyone was so busy that they didn't even have time for breakfast, but Li Wei could take a nap leisurely on the table. Logically speaking, Li Wei would not be careless with them. After confirming the current pace of life for the 3 of them, Li Wei took the initiative to help them buy breakfast. There were buns, fried dough sticks, pies, tofu pudding, soy milk, porridge with pork and century eggs, and so on. He was just short of sitting beside Jiang Shao and feeding him personally. Li Wei was really low-key. If Jiang Shao had received the admission letter from the military academy in advance, he would have long become arrogant. What about Li Wei? He was extremely low-key in real life, even on the internet. There was no activity on Jiang Zhao's Weibo at all. Although he didn't post much, His posts were all about winning and winning awards. Besides, Jiang Shao was very certain that if he were to receive an offer letter from the capital Star Warriors University in the future, he would definitely take a photo and post it on Weibo. "I'm the real deal. I've put in a lot of effort to get this piece of paper. It's not too much to show it and let everyone praise me, right?" At this moment, Jiang Shao had more than 80,000 fans on Weibo. He had won the championship in the Provincial League and the second Wasteland Reclamation competition, which quickly attracted a large number of new fans. Like blogger-like fans, the group of fans left comments and chatted under Jiang Zhao's status on Weibo. They were all extremely mischievous. If Jiang Shao were to post a notice of his younger brother's admission to Star Warriors University, the comments would probably be a collection of jokes. The intense and exciting college entrance examination was coming to an end. It wasn't that they were about to face the college entrance examination, but that the annual National High School League was about to begin in early May. Jiang Shao was already trying his best to focus and rubbing his palms together in preparation for the final competition before the college entrance examination. The Beijiang Provincial High School League was not comparable to such a competition. The National High School League was an important competition that was not inferior to the college entrance examination. If the Beijiang Provincial High School League could attract the attention of the people in the province and the surrounding provinces, the National High School League would attract the attention of everyone in the country. In that case, the National League would attract the attention of everyone in the country. In the semi-finals, when it was time for the top 8, it could even attract the attention of the whole world. The strong youths would make the country stronger. Over the years, the competitions of the highest level of high school students were always a feast for the people of the world. Although the children were basically below the nebula level, they already had enough star slots at their disposal. There would be all kinds of techniques and tactics, and there would always be exciting operations every year. Even the National High School League would affect the overall trend of the awakened students. The VP in the finals of the competition had been won by the Rules Awakened students for 7 consecutive years. Judging from the information gathered by the various provinces, this year would probably be the year when the Rules Awakened were the kings. It wasn't until the National High School League that people finally shifted their attention to the barren province in the northernmost part of China, Beijiang Province. Why was it considered barren? Because Beijiang Province was a province where the Crown Prince studied. It was the same every year without exception. The actual development of the 3 northern provinces was obvious to all. In the High School League, the representative team of Beijiang Province came and left early. Even in the entire 3 northern provinces, Liaodong Province was the only one that could hold its own. However, the team representing Liaodong Province had never made it to the semi-finals, so they couldn't make it to the top 8 at all. The ones who had really achieved something were the brave and skillful warriors of the Damning Grassland. They had at least ranked 10th in one of the competitions. Although they didn't make it to the semi-finals, they were already strong enough. Strictly speaking, the students of the 5 eastern alliances of Damning Province were not from the 3 northern provinces. However, due to historical reasons, the 5 eastern alliances and the 3 northern provinces were inextricably linked. The people there spoke in the standard northern Mandarin, which gave the officials in the educational institutions of the 3 northern provinces the illusion that they were honored. Back to the topic. Why did everyone turn their attention to the barren Beijiang Province after the National High School League? Without a doubt, it was because of Han Jiangxue. In the entire country, she was the only awakened student with 30 star slots this year. How shocking! Not to mention the fact that she was the only one this year. The last contestant with 30 star slots was a student from Nandue Province in 2001, who eventually led his team to the 3rd place in the National High School League. In other words, after 15 years, there was another god. Han Jiangxue was rather famous in the 3 northern provinces, and her amazing aptitude was also talked about enthusiastically by many people. There was a lot of news about her. However, her exposure was still low, after all, and the audience of the Provincial League was still limited. People would only think that they had heard of her or read about her somewhere. However, when the National High School League began, the contestants of each province were exposed by the media, and Han Jiangshue's popularity exploded. She exploded without warning. It turned out that there were too many people who had all the qualities that they should have, and the difference between them and celebrities was just a platform. How popular was Han Jiangxue? Not only did she dominate the trending list on Weibo for several days in a row, but she also appeared in the news. Jiang Shao could better understand how popular Jiangxue felt because there were more brothers-in-law in his Weibo account. Han Jiangxue also had her own Weibo account, but there were only a few messages in it. It was more like a Weibo account that was created to supervise Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao had been running Weibo for a long time, but he only managed to gain more than 90,000 followers. Little Jiangxue didn't do anything, but her Weibo followers had already exceeded 6-digit. She was a girl after all. Her parents had given her a beautiful face. As long as she had a good personality and wasn't too pretentious, she would be able to easily gain the attention and favor of others. However, if she was not only beautiful, but also knowledgeable and powerful, such a combination would be like a heavyweight bomb. Han Jiangxue was extremely popular. There were 200 participating teams in the country, and there were countless young talent. However, all of them were ranked below Goddess Xue. At this moment, Jiang Shao was sitting on the floor of the training room in the stadium. He was holding a copy of the information of the participating students and flipping through it happily. He flipped through the pages quickly and muttered, 26, 27, 25, 28, 25, 26, 26, 27, 24? Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment. 24 star slots? How did you get in? At the side, Li Wei looked at Jiang Shao in surprise and thought, shouldn't you be the one asking that question? How did you get in with 24 star slots? Shouldn't you be asking me how I got in with 9 star slots? Hey! A coquettish female voice suddenly sounded from the door. Jiang Shao looked over, only to see Xia Yan poking her head in and blinking at him. Jiang Shao asked, "What?" Xia Yan glared at Jiang Shao and said, "I asked you to come over. Cut the crap." Xia Yan then glanced at Han Jiangxue, who was sitting quietly at the side and absorbing star power. Jiang Shao walked out in bewilderment, only to see Xia Yan smiling at him with her hands behind her back. "I'll say something nice and give you something good." "Jiang Shao? Say something nice? Dream on. Give it to me." Jiang Shao wrapped his arms around Xia Yan's slender waist and touched her hands that were behind her back. At the next moment, Xia Yan froze in shock and looked down at Jiang Shao, who was lying on her chest. Jiang Shao was also stunned because he had touched the thing in her hands. The information displayed in the internal star map was that of a star bead from the lava ghoul witch. Chapter 266. Xia Yan's body stiffened a little, and she lowered her head to look at Jiang Shao, who was lying on her chest. She said in a trembling voice, Get up." Jiang Shao already knew what she was holding in her hands. At this moment, Jiang Shao was both excited and embarrassed. Question: how do I alleviate the awkwardness? What's the most convenient and effective method? Jiang Shao chose to make a joke to alleviate the awkwardness. He rubbed his face against Xia Yan's chest. Wow. Facial cleanser, so comfortable. Bang. Ah. There was a muffled sound and a shriek. It turned out that the method was convenient and effective, but it was not safe. Dozens of seconds later, Jiang Shao held the lava ghoul witch star bead in his hand and looked at Xia Yan with an obsequious smile. The toxic healer in the past had completely turned into a lackey. Xia Yan still looked infuriated and rubbed Jiang Zhao's head forcefully with one hand, seemingly trying to use her actions to explain what she meant by pan. Jiang Zhao was dizzy from being rubbed by Xia Yan and swayed left and right. The only thing that allowed him to survive under her claws was the good news from the internal star map. Bell, Gold Quality LV0. Imprint, Gold Quality Level 0. Xia Yan brought Jiang Zhao 4 lava ghoul witch star beads. The National League was about to begin soon, and Xia Yan had brought such a valuable gift at this juncture. It could be considered timely help. All right. On the account that you've been so nice to me, I'll do it. Jiang Zhao continued to tolerate Xia Yan venting her anger at him while absorbing 3 lava ghoul witch star beads in succession, directly upgrading Bell and Imprint to gold quality. There was still 1 lava ghoul witch star bead left in his hand. Jiang Zhao hesitated for a moment before absorbing it too. Jiang Zhao couldn't possibly sell the things that Xia Yan gave him. He would have to absorb them sooner or later anyway. In the end, in the internal star map, both Bell and Imprint became gold quality level 0, 1/10. Why did Xia Yan call Jiang Zhao out in such a secretive and mysterious manner? Of course, it was to avoid Han Jiangxue. Logically speaking, as an assistant, Jiang Zhao's auxiliary star technique, Bell, would ultimately benefit the team members. As a community of interests, the stronger Jiang Zhao was, the more healing he would have, and the further the team could go. Although that was the logic, Han Jiangxue was extremely stubborn. From beginning to end, she had always been that lofty and unyielding snow goddess. Xia Yan and Han Jiangxue had been best friends for such a long time. Of course, she was well aware of Han Jiangxue's temper and character. Hence, she had to avoid Han Jiangxue when giving star beads, especially valuable ones. However, Jiang Zhao was different. Let me tell you a short story in 3 sentences. There was once a person called Jiang Zhao. He was a proud person who did not eat food given out of pity. Later, he was hungry. Wow, isn't this story a little too exciting? The spear in the great general's hand could overturn rivers and seas, but it could not block the 3 words hunger, cold, and poverty. A hero might not necessarily be a hero. Time was really tight and Jiang Zhao really had no other choice. That bit of money was nothing to Xia Yan, but it was a huge matter to Jiang Zhao. Of course, Xia Yan's wealth did not come from nowhere, nor did Jiang Zhao have a reason to take her things with a peace of mind. Jiang Zhao was clear that he had to return all the money he spent on purchasing the lava ghoul witch star beads to Xia Yan after the college entrance examination. Of course, the fact that Xia Yan managed to obtain such star beads from Ruifeng business firm was not something that could be bought with money alone. The hardest thing to repay in the world was a debt of gratitude. Hence, Jiang Zhao was prepared to repay the debt of gratitude with his body. Okay. The prerequisite was that Pan Xia had to agree to it. At this moment, Pan Xia was playing with Jiang Zhao's buzz-cut hair happily, which made Jiang Zhao want to wash, cut, and dry his hair. When his hair grew longer in the future, he would style it like a porcupine. If he were to continue playing with it, he would stab her to death. Xia Yan squatted in front of Jiang Zhao and felt much better after venting her anger. Immediately afterwards, she discovered that Jiang Zhao was unexpectedly silent and felt that something was amiss. She lowered her voice and asked softly, "Hey, what's going on? How do you feel? Have you already upgraded your quality?" Jiang Zhao's attention had been focused on the internal star map, but there were no changes to the introductions of the 2 star techniques, Bell and Imprint, which made Jiang Zhao feel a little uneasy. Jiang Zhao thought of something and reached out to touch Xia Yan in a bid to leave an imprint on her body before releasing Bell to test its effects. However, before Jiang Zhao could touch Xia Yan's body, he discovered that the imprint had already been imprinted on her body. The pale gold illusory mark was in the shape of an inverted triangle that suddenly appeared on Xia Yan's body. The pale gold and translucent mark had a slight vibrating effect that made it look dreamy. It jumped on Xia Yan's body for a moment before disappearing. The mark changed from an illusory translucent to a pale gold. What does that mean? Is it colored because the quality has been upgraded? What's the point of being fancy? However, it's really nice without having to touch the target's body. He could mark and remove the mark from the target remotely. That would give Jiang Shao more room to maneuver. In particular, on the chaotic battlefield, Jiang Shao could adjust the mark to allow his medical wave to heal those who needed to be taken care of. Since that was the case for the upgraded quality of imprint, what about Bell? Jiang Shao engraved an imprint on himself and threw out a shot of Bell. Oh, the gold quality Bell consumed a lot of star power. It was still 6 clear and melodious Bell? There was no change in the number of jumps? What's going on? Besides, why is the sound of Bell getting deeper and deeper? Why did the bell, which was originally crisp and slightly sharp, suddenly become a little thick? Ringing bells is pretty good. Are you evolving towards the direction of the ancient temple bell? If I wanted to ring the bell, I could at least pass it off as genuine and end the class in advance. You're evolving towards the direction of the ancient temple bell. Who am I going to ring it for? Do you think I'm a little monk? At present, the sound was only slightly changing in that direction. It was a little less sharp and deeper. It sounded much more mellow and pleasing to the ears. In fact, Xia Yan was even a little addicted to it. Jiang Shao thought that after bell and imprint were upgraded to platinum quality or diamond quality, they might really go for the morning bell and evening drum. In the future, wouldn't his bell have the effect of healing both the human body and the human heart? When I hit it to the extreme, will there be a deafening and enlightening effect? Will I be able to pick up the purple gold alms bowl and head west to convert the infatuated and beautiful daughter king to Buddhism? Putting aside the matter of the daughter king, Jiang Shao looked at Xia Yan, who was enjoying herself comfortably, and threw another shot of bell at her. Wait, does bell really seem to have the effect of comforting and nourishing the mind? Jiang Shao sensed it quietly. His heart and hands, which were initially trembling with excitement, had already calmed down. Even Xia Yan, who was secretly infuriated, had calmed down at this moment. Jiang Shao carefully read the description of bell again. Bell releases medical light to heal the target. Can connect to multiple target. Jiang Shao finally discovered that the body was gone. The original description was, releases medical light to heal the target's body. Can connect to multiple target. Has the body been removed? What does this mean? After the upgrade, Bell is no longer limited to healing the target's body? Had it started to heal the target from all directions and from all levels? This seems to overlap with the effects of my blessing? Everyone knows that blessing can break all laws. For example, if one were to suffer from the roar of fear, Jiang Zhao's blessing would be able to forcefully dispel the fear in one's heart. However, there would be some side effects. However, if one were to study it carefully, bell and blessing were essentially different. After all, blessing was a divine skill that restored all-encompassing vitality, while bell only healed the body and mind. Bell had increased the effect of comforting and nourishing the mind, but the number of jumps remained at 6. That did not make Jiang Shao feel satisfied. Jiang Shao wondered if this star technique would be the same as when he upgraded countercurrent light. Since countercurrent light was still a ray of light that could not be connected to multiple targets, the ray of light must have grown from a small water pipe to a large water pipe. After making a comparison, Jiang Shao thought to himself and thought, since the number of jumps is still 6, does it mean that the healing effect of the medical light is even more obvious? For example, if a person was severely injured and needed 10 bell rings to be completely healed, would 5 bell rings be enough to completely heal him now? At the thought of this, Jiang Shao got ready to do an experiment. He raised his head, looked at Xia Yan, and asked carefully, "Can I slash you?" Xia Yan pursed her lips. Perhaps it was because of the effects of Bell, but she was relatively calm at this moment and did not fly into a rage. She simply looked at Jiang Shao quietly and pondered for a while before suddenly saying, "Let me slash you." Jiang Shao said, "I'll slash you. I'll be gentle. Just 2 slashes and I promise you'll be fine." Xia Yan said, "I'll slash you. I'll be heavy. Just 1 slash and I promise you'll be done for." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Did you guys hear what she said? At this moment, Han Jiangxue pushed the door open and walked out of the training room. She looked around and saw 2 elementary school students squatting in the corner of the corridor, behaving suspiciously. Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and asked, "What are you 2 doing? Xiaopi, are you the one who has been releasing Bell? Is anyone injured?" Xia Yan and Jiang Shao exchanged glances. The 2 of them knew that from now on, they had to cooperate well. Otherwise, someone would really get hurt. Chapter 267. The 4 lava ghoul which star beads cost Xia Yan a total of 498,000 yuan. After asking about it, Jiang Shao noted the amount in his heart and thought to himself that he would definitely return it in the future. Jiang Shao had been in this world for more than half a year. Logically speaking, the past 6 months had been a time of struggle for Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao initially had nothing, but he was now heavily in debt. Hence, he felt extremely fulfilled. In the end, Han Jiangxue still brought the 2 elementary school students back. Compared to the other teams that were training hard in preparation for the college entrance examination, Jiang Zhao's team still had to participate in an important competition before the college entrance examination, the National High School League. Before Jiang Shao was called out by Xia Yan, he was studying the information about the teams participating in the National High School League. There were a total of 200 teams participating in the competition, 2 of which were from Beijing province. There were as many as 13 teams from Beijing. Beijing had the largest number of teams participating in the competition, followed by Shanghai, which had a total of 11 teams. There were about 2 to 3 teams participating in the competition in the northeast, southwest, and northwest regions of China. The province with the fewest teams was Gan Province, which only had 1 team. Logically speaking, taking Beijing Province as an example, they could also find a team that was similar in strength to Xindan Creek High School number 11. However, the country only gave them 2 slots to participate in the competition. What could they do? However, regardless of the number of teams, the quality of the teams selected by the various provinces and regions was top-notch. Just like what Jiang Shao had previously recited on the information sheet, 27, 28, 25, 26, what did he recite? It was the number of star slots of the participating students. Among the 200 teams and a total of 800 participants, it would be difficult to find a contestant with less than 25 star slots. Of course, there were definitely some, such as the contestant with 24 star slot. Jiang Zhao's evaluation of him was, "How did you get in?" In the highest level competition in China, the 800 young talents represented the most powerful batch of high school students in China in 2016. According to the information of the participating students, there were a total of 80 students who had reached the peak of the Nebula Realm, which accounted for 1/10 of the total number of participants. The number of students in the late Nebula Realm and the middle Nebula Realm was about the same, which represented the overall level of the students. There were also about 80 students in the early Nebula Realm. What was worth mentioning was that the fact that they could participate in the competition in the early Nebula Realm meant that they were skilled. Among this group of early-stage nebula contestants, a considerable number of students were auxiliary medical awakened. This was a very interesting phenomenon, and it could be summed up in one sentence: you have to bring them even if you don't want to. There were too many shield warriors, melee warriors, and magic awakeners. The competition was extremely intense. What? Are you a combat type awakened? Your star power level is not high? The star technique isn't strong? Not strong enough? Then get the hell out of here. Swap out the stronger students for the competition. What? You're a medical awakened? Your star power level is not high and your star techniques are not strong? You're not strong enough? Then you'd better stay here obediently and watch and learn. Work hard with the big brothers and sisters in the team. Steady, you can do it. Han Jiangshue's 30 star slots could be said to have become famous all over China. A few days ago, there was another piece of news that shocked the entire land of China. The news came from China's Nanyue province. More than 10 years ago, there was a god with 30 star slots, and this year, there was an awakened student in the galaxy stage. It was unprecedented, and it would be difficult for anyone to do so in the future. Han Jiangshue, that person had a nice name, Yuan Qinghua. She was a very powerful agility warrior, and one could even classify her as an assassin. Her Weibo account was also flooded with comments, and a bunch of people proposed to her every day. Previously, Yuan Qinghua was already rather famous in Nanyue province. Due to her combat style, her competitors from the surrounding schools gave her the nickname of Sly B****. The nicknames given to her by the students in the class were friendlier: Little Sly Flower, Timid Flower, and Flower that never strikes unless she sneaks up on you. She was known as a sly assassin, but she had a cheerful personality. When she was not fighting, she loved to laugh and fool around. She was especially bright and cheerful, which made people think that she had multiple personalities. In the eyes of the world, she was originally a member of the peak of the nebula stage, and her individual strength was not the best among the teams in Nanyue province. At most, she was a member of the first echelon. However, 3 days ago, during a training session that was not open to the public, a student sneaked into the training ground and secretly filmed a short clip of the team's training. In the end, the student took a picture of the dazzling fist and sword star map of Yuan Hua's viridescent blue and white flower. Out of the 8 star slots that should have been lit up, 16 had already been lit up. Following that, this short video and the smiling girl completely blew up the whole of China. Like a whirlwind, he pressed Han Jiangshue down. Han Jiangshue's 30 star slots were given to her by her parent. However, Yuan Qinghua had reached the galaxy stage at the age of 18. This was not just a matter of talent. The student who took the video was labeled as a traitor by the Nanyue province and immediately shut himself up. This might have been a good opportunity for the Nanyue province's high school team to win the championship, but it was ruined by a stupid student. The blue and white porcelain of the Yuan dynasty, which was supposed to be a secret weapon, was now completely exposed in front of everyone. It could be said that the current her, other than her clothes, had been stripped bare by the media. In any case, the National High School League had been hyped up, and the Huaxia people could not wait any longer. Jiang Xiao was both excited and nervous. May 5th was the day of the National High School League. It was already April 20th, and until now, no one knew where the venue of the competition was. The organizers had been keeping a tight lid on the news. At every critical moment, the guides would always arrive in time. The gold medal guides might be late, but they would never be absent. Just as the team of 4 was holed up in the training hall, feeling perturbed and working hard to come up with strategies, Hai Tianqing walked in smilingly. Whenever Jiang Xiao saw his eyes that were curved into crescents, he would feel especially at ease. Xia Yan fiddled with the giant sword in her hand and looked at Hai Tianqing. "Why are you smiling so happily?" Hai Tianqing pushed the gold-framed spectacles on the bridge of his nose and said smilingly, "I'll lead the team this time and accompany you to Chang'an." Xia Yan was stunned for a moment. "The National High School League will be held in Chang'an City?" Hai Tianqing nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, Chang'an. It's the center of China. What do you guys have to say about it?" Xia Yan's beautiful eyes glistened. "Fenmin Street. Lamb stew. Rigiamo. Sour plum soup, oily noodles, barbecued meat, ice peak. Jiang Shao swallowed his saliva and asked, "What's an ice peak?" Xia Yan looked at Jiang Shao in disdain and said, "It's our little bee and big white pear." Jiang Shao looked at Xia Yan in bewilderment and thought, "Isn't this girl born in 1998? How does she know about the ancient soda called Big White Pear? Besides, I've been traveling all over the world for so many years, yet I've actually been educated by a little girl? The old saying is right. Foodies don't discriminate by age." Hai Tianqing's lips twitched awkwardly and he asked, "Is that what you want to say?" Han Jiangxue, who was at the side, said, "If we gather in Chang'an City, it means that the venue of the assessment will be in the dimensional space around Chang'an. Have the officials announced what kind of dimensional space it is?" "Finally, there's a reliable one." Hai Tianqing shook his head and said, "No, the officials will only announce it 2 to 3 days before the competition." Han Jiangxue nodded. It had always been the same for the National League. The officials would only announce the location of the assessment 2 days before the competition. "So, we have a few days to guess," Hai Tianqing said smilingly. Hai Tianqing said with a smile, "There are many dimensional spaces around Chang'an, but there aren't many unique ones." Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up and he asked, "The ancient imperial mausoleum?" Jiang Shao mentioned a particularly famous dimensional space. It was akin to someone blurting out a panda when they asked about the unique animal of China. Li Wei analyzed with a sullen expression. The ancient imperial mausoleum is indeed the most unique dimensional space in Chang'an City. It's unique in the world. However, the creatures of other dimensions are too strong. Han Jiangxue frowned and said, "It's hell for the students in the nebula stage. The silver quality creatures are equipped with weapons and live in group. Some of the gold tier creatures will appear in small group." Li Wei chimed in, "We're just a team, but they're a real army. It's too dangerous there. I don't think the assessment will take place in the ancient imperial mausoleum." Hai Tianqing said, "In the next few days, I will accompany you guys and analyze the information of the dimensional spaces around Chang'an City in detail. I will formulate corresponding battle plans for different spaces and creatures. There are many types of spaces and creatures around Chang'an City. We have plenty of tactics, so you guys have to be mentally prepared." Hai Tianqing clapped his hands to get the attention of the 4 of them. He smiled and said, "Our training will begin tomorrow. Don't complain about being tired, of course." Everyone nodded in agreement, which made Hai Tianqing rather heartened. Even Li Wei, who had successfully gone ashore, was extremely enthusiastic. After sending Hai Tianqing off, the 4 of them tidied up the training room, and the practical lesson in the afternoon came to an end. Li Wei still went to look for Li Qingmei for some alone time. While Han Jiangxue was washing her hands, Xia Yan made a special request to Jiang Shao. Xia Yan asked softly, "Xiaopi, can you show me your star map?" Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's the matter?" Xia Yan scratched her chestnut-colored hair and said, "I get very upset when I hear about the ancient imperial mausoleum. I need some confidence." "You want confidence? You're so strong. Why do you still need to look for confidence from me?" Although he said that, Jiang Shao still looked around and secretly lit up his star map in the empty training room. Wow! All of a sudden, Xia Yan's eyes were filled with stars. The first half of the Big Dipper had already been lit up, and apart from the first star slot that was silver, the rest were all gold. Xia Yan stretched out her fair and slender fingers and gently tapped on the Big Dipper star map in front of Jiang Shao. She said, "Silver blessing and silver bait." Xia Yan moved her fingers and tapped on the bright star slots one by one. She then said, "Gold green glow, gold endurance, gold bell, gold imprint, gold nostalgia, gold dawn, gold enmity, gold countercurrent light, and gold sound of silence." Xia Yan licked her lips, looking even more excited than when she mentioned the mutton stew. She looked as if she had seen a delicacy, and was overflowing with excitement. "Is that enough?" Jiang Shao asked, still not used to it. He quietly put away his star map. Xia Yan looked away reluctantly and said, "In the future, whenever I'm not in high spirits, show me your star map and let me count it." Jiang Shao was speechless. Chapter 268. It was May 1st of the Gregorian calendar. At 7 p.m. in Chang'an City, at an unknown food street, Xia Yan was holding a handful of barbecued meat in her hand, so blissful that she was about to burst into tears. "It's so delicious," there seemed to be tears welling up in her beautiful eyes. She chewed on the meat skewers and looked up at the stars, which left beautiful reflections in her eyes. Due to the difference in regional culture, Jiang Shao initially thought that Xia Yan was referring to Korean barbecued meat that was grilled on an iron plate, which was dipped in chili sauce and wrapped in lettuce leaf. Jiang Zhao's hometown was close to North Korea and South Korea, and the three northern provinces were also the gathering place of the Korean ethnic minority. Hence, barbecued meat had become a special term for grilled meat. When Xia Yan dashed towards a barbecue skewer vendor in the alley, he finally realized that the so-called barbecued meat was actually skewers. The skewers were very small, and she grabbed them in her hand. In the blink of an eye, there was only a handful of metal skewers left in Xia Yan's hand. She stuffed herself with food and finished a large handful of barbecued meat. When she finally had the time, she gave Hai Tianqing a thumbs up. Xia Yan had been to this ancient city for a vacation before. Hence, ever since she checked into the hotel, she planned to bring her team to Fenmin Street. However, Hai Tianqing shook his head. As a top-notch tour guide, he made an interesting suggestion. "It's getting a little late. Let's find a random university that's closest to the hotel and eat in the alley next to it." Xia Yan hadn't gone to university yet, so she didn't know much about the culture. However, when she walked into the slightly dirty alley, her first reaction was to be a little resistant. Then, her second reaction was, "It's delicious." Apart from eating and praising her, she had no other reactions. At this moment, she had already been eating along the way. For some reason, Jiang Shao suddenly felt especially blissful when he saw how blissful she was. Hai Tianqing grinned and imparted his experience to everyone. "No matter which city you go to, you can find such university alleys. They're not famous and might not be hygienic, but they're definitely affordable, authentic, and delicious. So what if I have diarrhea for the sake of delicacies? Anyway, Xiaopi is here." Bless me, the husky ate happily from the beginning of the alley to the end. The eyes of the foodie were filled with all kinds of delicacies. All Jiang Shao could see were the small inns at the crossroads of the alleys. He reckoned that there were at least 20 of them along the way. At this very moment, a question popped up in Jiang Zhao's mind. Question: what are the similarities between the night in this alley and the New Year's Eve in the three northern provinces? A. The smell of the firecrackers is very strong. Han Jiangxue acutely noticed that Jiang Shao kept staring at the hotel in the alley with a shifty gaze, seemingly having some messy thoughts in his head. Han Jiangxue held his arm and turned a corner to a small stall. She specially bought a cup of iced sour plum soup for him, but she did not give it to him directly. Instead, she placed it on his forehead. Jiang Zhao's scalp turned numb. However, he came back to his senses. Although there was sour plum juice on his forehead, he was still thinking about the ice peak and was ready to give it a try. However, the stall by the roadside did not sell it. The few of them walked past the stall and walked into a noodle shop called Chicken Soup Shaved Noodles. Jiang Shao ordered a bottle of ice peak and a bowl of spicy oil noodles. However, the boss asked in a standard local accent, "Do you want noodles or noodles?" Jiang Shao was immediately dumbfounded. "What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? I'm just eating noodles." Is there a need to ask such a professional question? On the next day, pictures of Jiang Zhao's team strolling in the food alley were posted on the internet. After all, it was University Alley. Although it was not Star Warriors University, the students were still very concerned about the annual event. Many of them recognized Jiang Zhao's team. As the ancient capital of China's 13 dynasties, Chang'an City could be said to be a place of outstanding talent. Of course, there were also many hidden talent. It was especially so for Chang'an City at the beginning of May. Due to the fact that the National High School League was being held there, all kinds of teams and forces swarmed into the city. The news was updated in real time and people were overwhelmed. One could see all kinds of big shots in various media outlets. Hence, the appearance of Jiang Zhao's team was like a small stone thrown into the sea. It did not cause much of a splash. May 2nd. At 8 a.m., the organizers of the competition announced the venue of the competition on the official website, the ancient Imperial Mausoleum. When they received the news, Jiang Zhao and the others were eating steamed dumplings at Da Faxiang restaurant in the Bell and Drum Tower Square. As soon as the news was released, without thinking, Jiang Zhao seemed to have heard the wails of the contestants. Jiang Zhao could see the shadows of the other contestants in Li Wei. Li Wei had already put down his chopstick. It wasn't that the steamed dumplings were not delicious, but rather, he was really worried. The ancient Imperial Mausoleum is not a place for humans at all? Why did you let these kids in the nebula stage enter such a place? And it's even a competition? The ancient warriors here appeared in groups. They are stronger and have more powerful star techniques than the swordsmen and female archers in the arsenal. If they were singled out individually, they might not be terrifying, but when they gathered in a team, it would be really dangerous. What was even more terrifying was that there was a high chance that the gold-quality boss-level creatures would appear in a team. Of course, Li Wei wouldn't run away or cower. He knew that everything he had today was all thanks to his team. However, Li Wei was really miserable. He had clearly been admitted to a key military academy, but he still had to risk his life with his team in the ancient Imperial Mausoleum. Hai Tianqing put down his mobile phone with a sullen expression. He knew that the team would be busy in the next few days. Han Jiangxue paused for a moment, but her expression did not change much. She continued to place the steamed dumplings on the small plate in front of Xia Yan. The foodie Xia Yan looked rather carefree as she watched Han Jiangxue put food on her plate. She was as blissful as a flower as she giggled at Han Jiangxue. However, Han Jiangxue asked, "Xiaopi, what's in the ancient Imperial Mausoleum?" Her question seemed rather familiar. Back then, before they entered the arsenal, Han Jiangxue tested him in the same way. Jiang Zhao ate the steamed dumplings and said in a muffled voice, "A group of strange humanoid creatures that are half skeleton and half minced meat." Type, star technique, rank, Han Jiangxue asked. This. Jiang Zhao looked a little troubled. Isn't that a little too much? Tell me everything? Han Jiangxue glanced at Xia Yan and said, "Go ahead and tell her. Make her nervous." Xia Yan stopped picking up her chopsticks and smiled awkwardly. Jiang Zhao thought about it and felt that he had done a lot of homework. Ancient fire bow. Silver quality, flame arrow, brass quality, explosive arrow, silver quality. Ancient ice bow. Silver quality, freezing arrow, brass quality, freezing arrow, silver quality. Ancient poison bow. Silver quality, poisoned arrow, brass quality, plague arrow, silver quality. Ancient tomahawk, ancient warhammer, silver quality, heavy damage, silver quality. Frenzy, not berserk. Star technique effect. Accelerate physical exhaustion, increase speed slightly, silver quality. Ancient battle spear. Silver quality stab, condense star power, concentrate on one point, make your stab more penetrative, silver quality. Rupture, inject star power into your weapon in a unique way to make your attacks more damaging, but the weapon will also be destroyed faster, silver quality. Not bad. Han Jiangshuan nodded in satisfaction. Since the minions were done, it was time for the main show. Even the minions could remember it clearly, let alone the big boss. Jiang Shao had been eyeing the star techniques of the bosses here for a long time. If he could have 2 more star slots, he might really attack the ancient warriors. Ancient Warrior Warlord. Gold quality, heavy damage, silver quality, frenzy, silver quality, stab, silver quality, rupture, silver quality. Ancient Archer General. Gold quality, explosive arrow, silver quality, freezing arrow, silver quality, plague arrow, silver quality, sacrificial arrow, silver quality. At this point, Jiang Shao paused for a moment before continuing to mention the last species. Soul of the Ancient Warrior, gold quality. Bones, speed up the growth of the Ancient Warrior's bones. Silver quality. Bone Shield, condense star power, gather the surrounding corpses and debris, and make a white bone shield. Silver quality. Bone Wall, condense star power, gather the surrounding corpses and debris, and build a white bone barrier. Silver quality. Bone Prison, condense star power, build a prison made of corpses around the target. Silver quality. Hee, this lad is not bad. A young man's voice sounded from behind. Jiang Shao turned around and looked over, only to see a young man smiling and nodding at Jiang Shao in a friendly manner at a table 2 tables away from him in the noisy restaurant. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows. There were also 5 people at the table, 4 of whom were about the same age as Jiang Shao, and the other was a middle-aged woman. He could tell that this should be the configuration of a participating team. A teacher with 4 students. Top. Chapter 269. The young man had a neat buzz cut, was tall and thin, and was wearing a white t-shirt with the words, Tianjin Thug written on it. However, this child didn't look like a thug. He clearly had a friendly smile on his face, but no matter how you looked at it, he looked a little sneaky. There was no one else like this temperament. He was cheerful and seemed to be very talkative. Just as he was about to say something, he was reprimanded by the middle-aged woman. The members of the team happened to have finished their meal and left the restaurant under the lead of the middle-aged woman. Jiang Shao secretly sized up the team and found them to be rather familiar. He felt like he had seen their photos before. Jiang Shao only retracted his gaze after the team left. Hai Tianqing brought the topic back. This time, Xiaopi's silence will be useful. Jiang Shao nodded to himself. The reason why the ancient imperial mausoleum was dangerous and hated by all the Star Warriors was that the creatures of other dimensions appeared in groups and lived in groups. The more terrifying thing was that the gold-quality boss-level creatures might appear in front of people while leading an army. There was also a certain chance that they would appear in group. The creatures of the ancient warriors were very special. They had grayish-white skin and looked like rotten corpses, but they were living, intelligent creatures of other dimensions. Their broken bodies were even exposed to the white bones, but they could still hunt and move normally. That made people marvel at the tenacious vitality of these creatures. The battles between them were very frequent, and there were almost no racial forces. Instead, there were attacks and hunts between teams. Yes, these creatures also ate the flesh and blood of their own kind. At the mention of the ancient imperial mausoleum, one had to mention the iconic creature there, the soul of the ancient warrior. It was a gold-quality big shot whose 4-star techniques were almost all related to bones. That was not all. The star techniques of the soul of the ancient warrior were like fish in water in the ancient imperial mausoleum, and they had an obvious home advantage. Bones, Bone Shield, Bone Wall, and Bone Prison were considered to be a control and defense awakened creature. Besides, it also had a special, healing effect. That was also one of the reasons why the ancient warriors were so disgusting. Why were there so many guys from the ancient warriors who were missing arms and legs and could not take care of themselves after being beaten to the point of being unable to take care of themselves? It was all because of the existence of the soul of the ancient warrior and the star technique skeleton. Missing an arm or a leg. As soon as the soul of the ancient warrior used the bone, the newly grown bones could be put to use immediately without the need for running in. Such a star technique was definitely powerful, but very few people managed to acquire it. Why? Limitations. The introduction of the star technique skeleton was very clear. It was to accelerate the growth of the bones of the ancient warriors, and the star technique was only targeted at creatures like the ancient warriors. Jiang Shao had an internal star map and the experience of his predecessors, so he wouldn't absorb such a star technique. However, when the ancient imperial mausoleum had just been developed, many officers and soldiers wasted their star slots on this star technique. Moreover, the bone shield, bone wall, and bone prison were also very limited. They needed to gather the corpses and remains in the surroundings to use them. Therefore, the soul of the ancient warrior was both disgusting and tricky. Putting the soul of the ancient warrior aside, the star technique that Jiang Shao had always coveted was the star technique of the ancient archer general. There was no need to explain the star techniques of the ancient archer general. One could tell what kind of effects they had just by looking at their names: exploding arrow, freezing arrow, plague arrow, and sacrificial arrow. The sacrificial arrow was a bow and arrow that could disturb people's hearts in a large area. If one was exposed to the range of the energy fluctuations of the bow and arrow, it would cause a certain degree of psychological damage to the human body. Those star techniques were all of silver quality, but the ancient archer general was a gold quality creature of another dimension. Its star bead was of gold quality. In other words, Jiang Shao only needed one star bead of the ancient archer general to upgrade all 4 star techniques to gold quality at the same time. Why don't I really become a long-range attacker? Anyway, Jiang Shao had an internal star map and his archer skills could definitely be trained to the master level. Hence, he didn't have to consider the issue of talent. However, the ancient imperial mausoleum was unique in the world and could only be found in Chang'an City. In Jiang Zhao's hometown, it was impossible to come into contact with such star beads. Even if Jiang Shao went to the capital in the future, he probably wouldn't be able to get his hands on the star beads here, let alone his hometown. This time, Jiang Shao managed to enter the ancient imperial mausoleum with the help of the National High School League. If he went to Chang'an City again, he might not even be able to enter. It was impossible to fill his stomach with star beads, but the 4 gold quality archer skills seemed to be enough. This is really vexing. Why is it that, as a big healer, I always have a heart that wants to output? Is it because of Xia Yan? Yes. It must be because of her. If she were to attack more aggressively, why would I always think about attacking? After chatting for a while, they decided to return to the hotel and find a quiet place to discuss and formulate the following battle plan. If possible, it would be best to find a suitable training ground. As for the ancient imperial mausoleum, they could forget about it. There were only 3 ancient imperial mausoleums around Chang'an City, and they were not open to civilian groups due to the danger involved. Hence, it was impossible for them to enter now. They returned to the officially designated hotel, and before they entered, they happened to see 2 bodyguards in suits and leather shoes escorting a few teenagers over. The leader of the bodyguards spoke hurriedly and politely. "Sorry, please excuse me." "Thank you, please excuse me." The 5 of them were slightly stunned and stopped in their tracks. The 2 bodyguards escorted a few young men and women wearing sunglasses into the hotel. "What's this? Are they celebrities?" With a playful expression on her face, Xia Yan teased, "You look very much like a Han. Are they celebrities? Why do I feel like they're the contestants of our cohort?" Jiang Shao asked with uncertainty. Xia Yin froze for a moment and felt that it was possible. After all, there were 4 young men and women. Jiang Shao and the others didn't take it seriously and walked into the hotel. As soon as they arrived at the elevator corridor, they were stopped by the 2 bodyguards. "What are you guys doing?" Xia Yin asked angrily. "Sorry, please wait here for a while. We'll take the elevator later," the man in the suit said. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "You're rather polite, but the content is rather unfriendly. Does your family own this hotel? Why do you have the privilege?" Just now, Jiang Shao was still thinking that the other party should keep a low profile. This time, Jiang Shao finally understood that the other party didn't care. Xia Yin looked inside and said, "There are a total of 8 elevators here. Can the 4 of them take it?" The man in the suit did not respond and simply stood in front of them. "Get out of the way. I'm telling you, I'm a little hot-tempered." Before Xia Yin could finish speaking, a familiar young voice sounded behind her. "Hey, we meet again. We meet again." Just when the atmosphere was tense, a standard team of 5 walked over. Jiang Shao looked over to see that it was the team that he had met in the hotel. It was a middle-aged female teacher with 4 students, 2 males and 2 females. The young man who was speaking was the one with the crew cut who was wearing the Tianjin thug uniform. He sized up the situation with a strange expression on his face. He said with a Tianjin accent, "What's the meaning of this? Are you not going to let us pass?" "Hey, isn't this Liu Yang?" A boy wearing sunglasses asked the young man with the crew cut in front of the elevator in the corridor. "TSK, TSK, 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 TISK." The boy with the crew cut, who was called Liu Yang, was obviously a chatterbox. He kept clicking his tongue and sizing up the young man with the sunglasses. "I was wondering who it was. Is it Howard Lee?" The young man with the sunglasses made it hard to see his eyes clearly. He mocked in a strange tone while imitating the Tianjin accent. "Liu Yang, brother, when did you become the best in Tianjin?" "Hee, do you want to know?" Liu Yang gestured at the young man with the sunglasses through the 2 bodyguards in black. "Come, I'm in the mood today. Let's have a spar." The young man with the sunglasses regained his normal tone and spoke with a Beijing accent. Clearly, he was from Beijing. "Who are you? Have you grown all your hair? I'm warning you, watch your language." Why should I pay attention?" the Tianjin thug yelled. "What's it to you?" The young man with the sunglasses said, "Rascal, I think you're up to no good today." The 2 of them exchanged blows, one more shameless and talkative than the other. Jiang Zhao's head buzzed and he suddenly took a step forward. The bodyguards in black reached out to stop Jiang Shao, but Jiang Shao stretched out his hands. 1 in each hand. Phew! Bang! With a gentle push, he was pushed 8 meters away. The 2 bodyguards bumped into the young man with the sunglasses who was waiting for the elevator, causing the people in the corridor to fall. The other 3 young men and women dodged, but when they saw Jiang Shao striding towards them with a sullen expression, they immediately tensed up and kept their guard up. Jiang Shao arrived in front of the 3 of them, and under everyone's gaze, he slowly raised his hand and gently pressed the button to call for the elevator. Everyone was speechless. Jiang Shao said, "Call for the elevator. I want the button." Ding. The elevator had always been on the 1st floor. As soon as Jiang Shao pressed the button, the elevator door opened. The young men and women seemed to be a little embarrassed, and they couldn't stand the farce. They helped the 2 bodyguards up and hurriedly walked into the elevator. "Brother, not bad." Liu Yang walked over and grabbed Jiang Zhao's hand. "You're quite skilled, aren't you?" Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Liu Yang introduced himself happily. "I'm from Tianjin, Hushi District. My name is Liu Yang, aka the Tianjin Thug." Jiang Zhao's right hand was held tightly, and he had no choice but to scratch his head with his left hand. After thinking for 3 seconds, he replied, "I'm from Beijing, Jiangbin City. My name is Jiang Xiaopi, aka the Beijing Thug." Top. Chapter 270. Indeed, it's Jiang Xiaopi. Haha, it's really you. I knew it. Lu Yang laughed out loud. Others would think that such a smile was hearty, but it seemed rather despicable when it was on his face. Jiang Xiao was puzzled and wondered, what's going on? This young man named Lu Yang clearly has good facial features and looks energetic too. Why does his aura change when he smiles? Brother, do you know that you're my idol? Lu Yang chuckled and shook Jiang Zhao's hand up and down like a fanatical fan. I've finally met you in person today. Let me tell you, I've been wanting to chat with you since we were at the restaurant. Stop. Jiang Xiao felt like there were 10,000 flies flying around his head. He hurriedly stopped Lu Yang's rambling and asked, Why am I your idol? Lu Yang frantically said, 9 star slots. Damn it, do you know that you might have the lowest aptitude, the lowest upper limit, and the worst potential among all humans? In terms of not being talented, you've reached the peak. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Is that something a human should say? I've reached the peak in terms of not being talented? Are you mocking me in a fancy way? Lu Yang had a look of admiration on his face, and his eyes were filled with passion. What happened in the end? You're the champion of the Beijiang Provincial League, the champion of the 2nd Wasteland Reclamation, and the MVP. Brother, your story is too inspiring. After I saw your information 2 days ago, I couldn't help but cry in bed for half the night. Jiang Xiao was speechless. Let me tell you, I, Lu Yang, have never admired anyone. Lu Yang patted his chest with one hand and said with a thick Tianjin accent, After seeing your information and hearing your story, I feel like throwing away the 20 star slots in my star map and using the remaining 9 to explore the world. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. This B***TCH has 29 star slots? Yes, I remember now. Jiang Xiao finally remembered the familiar-looking young man. He was Lu Yang, a melee fighter from Nankai High School in Tianjin. He had 29 star slots and was extremely talented. In terms of the number of star slots, he was undoubtedly the best in Tianjin. I really admire you. We need to have a good chat. While speaking, Lu Yang put his arm around Jiang Zhao's shoulder and suddenly changed the topic. He looked at Han Jiangshu and said, Hey, this is our sister, right? Wow, this tall guy with long legs, he's so awesome. Jiang Zhao's face was filled with bewilderment. Does this kid really worship me? He probably came for Han Jiangshu, didn't he? Look at my eyesight, it's not good enough. Sister, I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. I've never seen anyone with more star slots than me. Lu Yang pushed Jiang Xiao away and strode towards Han Jiangshu. Bang! Jiang Xiao kicked him. Lu Yang was sent flying 8 meters away with a kick. Lu Yang's teacher in charge and his 3 teammates didn't stop them. They just quietly walked to the elevator and pressed the button, as if they didn't know each other. Wow, what the F***ck? It doesn't hurt? Lu Yang rubbed his buttocks and stood up before walking towards Jiang Xiao smilingly. You know how to control your strength. That's rare Beijiang Qingmong, you live up to your reputation. Jiang Xiao felt like he was about to break down. He said, Look at that mouth of yours. If I didn't push that bodyguard away just now, would you and that kid have been scolding each other for the entire day? Lu Yang's face was full of disdain. That kid? Ha, I'll scold him every time I see him. Jiang Xiao asked, Kid? Lu Yang humphed and said, He's a mixed blood. Jiang Xiao asked, Huh? Damn it, where did you get those words from? You're quite something, brother. Be it Lu Yang's choice of words or attitude, Jiang Xiao could clearly feel that Lu Yang was very disdainful towards the boy in sunglasses. He reckoned that the two of them had a long-standing feud. Lu Yang said, That kid's name is Howard Lee. His mother seems to be French, and he's been acting all high and mighty here every day with a foreign star technique. His family loves him so much that they've assigned 2 bodyguards to him. His teammates probably find it embarrassing, haha. At this point, Lu Yang looked at his team members and teachers who had already entered the elevator. He waved his hands and said, "You guys go up first, I'll talk to him for a while." The middle-aged woman looked at Lu Yang with a stern expression and said, "Lu Yang, we need to go back to our room to rest." One of them, a beautiful lady with shoulder-length hair, who was wearing jeans and a floral shirt, also looked helpless. She looked at Lu Yang and said, "You've been talking for a whole day. You're really not tired." Lu Yang scratched his head in embarrassment and chuckled before walking into the elevator. While walking, he turned around and said to Jiang Shao, "See you later. Talk to you later." Jiang Shao and the others sized up the team curiously. All of their faces were familiar, and the information of the group of young talents appeared in their minds. However, at the moment when the elevator door closed, the beautiful lady winked at Jiang Shao. Yes, her movements were very sudden. At the moment when the elevator door was about to close, she suddenly smiled and winked at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao knew that her name was Kai Yao. She was the chief nurse of Nankai High School in Tianjin, and the information showed that she was in the late nebula stage. Among her 8 star techniques, at least 3 of them overlapped with Jiang Zhao's: enmity, countercurrent light, and sound of silence. Different places nurtured different people. China was a vast land with abundant resources, and each region had its own representative star techniques. The Shadow Cave was a unique product of Tianjin and Yanzhou province. The fallen shadow, which was a gold-quality creature that lived in the Shadow Cave. There was no doubt that this group of young talents from Nankai High School who represented Tianjin to participate in the competition was extremely powerful. Kai Yao, who was a medical awakened, relied on her own potential and family connections, as well as her wealth, to obtain the gold-quality sound of silence when she was in the late nebula stage. Since they were in the same profession, it was normal for them to pay more attention to each other. So Jiang Shao felt a little empty as he watched his beautiful little rival leave in the elevator. Okay. At the side, Xia Yan covered Jiang Zhao's face with one hand. Not only did she block his vision, but she also forcefully pushed him into the elevator. Hai Tianqing pressed the button for the 23rd floor and turned around to look, only to see that Xia Yan was hugging Jiang Zhao's head forcefully while muttering, "Aren't the girls outside beautiful? Wait a minute, thank you. Please wait a minute," a female voice said, followed by the sound of high heels. Hai Tianqing pressed the button to open the door in a gentlemanly manner, after which a well-dressed middle-aged woman walked in. She was wearing sunglasses and a bag, looking like a city beauty. Xia Yan didn't care whether there were outsiders around or not. She continued to hug Jiang Shao while Han Jiangxue didn't stop her. Perhaps she was a little displeased with the way Jiang Shao looked at her just now. Pfft! The middle-aged woman couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw this scene. She then took off her sunglasses and said smilingly, "Are you students here to participate in the National High School League?" Everyone looked at each other but didn't answer. Hai Tianqing asked, "Which floor are you going to?" The middle-aged woman pretended to look at the keyboard of the elevator and said with a smile, "I'm going to the 23rd floor too. I remember now. You guys are the representatives of Beijiang. There wasn't much news about you in the past year, but you suddenly became famous because of Han Jiangxue. That girl is really pretty." The few of them didn't respond. On the one hand, she was a stranger, and on the other hand, they had also experienced some media bombardment. The woman was right. In the past semester, no one had paid attention to them, and they were living a relaxed and carefree life. However, ever since the start of the National High School League, the entire world had their attention focused on them. Han Jiangxue was the first to be noticed, followed by the entire team. It wasn't a big deal for the team to be noticed, but Jiang Shao had been exposed to the world. From that moment on, the team had been targeted by some people with ulterior motive. Why? Because Jiang Shao was too mysterious. Have you ever seen a high school student who has never lit up his star map before? You haven't seen one before, but you have now. He was from Beijing. His name was Dreamy and he was named Xiaopi after the golden retriever. Although Jiang Xiao wasn't surrounded by fanatical fans and the media like celebrities, there would always be some media outlets who wanted to dig out some interesting information from him. As far as I know, the team representing Beijing province this year is very strong and has a chance of making history. You have to work hard, the middle-aged woman said with a smile. She was very amiable and said with a smile, "Hey, do you people from Beijing all have green glow and endurance?" The middle-aged woman waited for a reply, but no one responded. All of a sudden, the elevator fell silent. "Are you guys?" As the elevator rose higher and higher, the woman spoke faster and faster. Ding dong. On the 23rd floor, the elevator opened and two staff members stood in front of her, holding her down. Let go of me, what are you guys doing?" The middle-aged woman yelled as she struggled and lost her elegance. One of the staff members looked at Hai Tianqing apologetically and said, "Sorry, she's a paparazzi." The receptionist wasn't paying attention and she snuck in again. "Let go of me, don't touch me. This is a crime and the public has the right to know. Jiang Xiaopi, do you have any endurance? Are you in the nebula stage or not? Do you really only have 8-star techniques?" The woman struggled frantically and was dragged back into the elevator by the staff. She yelled, "Let go of me. The public has the right to know. The public has the right to know." Chapter 271. Jiang Xiao scratched his head and thought to himself, impressive. This woman is so scary. How did she change her attitude so quickly? She's much scarier than the reporters I met on the food street last night. The students took photos of the team on the street last night and posted them online, which attracted some reporters. However, they weren't as crazy as Hai Tianqing. After Hai Tianqing rejected them, they didn't pester him for too long even though they were indignant. Besides, they were after Han Jiangxue. This morning, everyone ate quickly and left quickly. Hence, they didn't bump into them. The entrance of the hotel was also quiet. Jiang Xiao reckoned that the officials probably had the corresponding protective measures to prevent the reporters from gathering there. Who would have thought that this woman would still be able to find a loophole and sneak in? So be it. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, she didn't come for Han Jiangxue, but for him instead. Jiang Xiao wasn't the most talked-about student in this cohort, but he had to admit that he was indeed worth digging out. It was a shocking piece of information. As a medical awakened with 9 star slots, Jiang Xiao was also rather famous among the contestants. However, his fame was not a compliment. When people saw Jiang Zhao's personal information, most of them would look down on him. Even if they didn't mock him, they would still be filled with disdain. According to the world's point of view, Jiang Xiao was indeed an imbecile. When the teachers placed the detailed information of the toxic healer from the northernmost part of China in front of the contestants, the children might still be disdainful, but they were at least willing to look at Jiang Xiao in the eye. Regardless of Jiang Zhao's future development and potential, he had all the star techniques he needed in the nebula stage and was extremely powerful. Green glow, blessing, bell, imprint, nostalgia, dawn, countercurrent light, and sound of silence. It was worth noting that, as a native of Beijing, Jiang Xiao had the sound of silence from Yanzhou and Tianjin, which was a terrifying gold-quality star technique. Besides, it was said that Jiang Zhao's blessing was of silver quality and could be used as a control-type star technique. It was rather tricky to deal with. The most important thing to note was that until now, only one person had seen Jiang Zhao's star map. That person's name was Gao Aimin, and he was the dean of Jiangbin High School. On the day Jiang Xiao entered the school, he had once lit up his star map for Gao Aimin. Apart from that, no one else had ever seen Jiang Zhao's personal star map. Even Principal Yen of Jiangbin High School said that he had never seen it before during an interview. Due to the fact that Jiang Shao had yet to take the college entrance examination, his personal registration information was still the same as when he enrolled in high school. Be it the intramural competition, the provincial league, or the second wasteland reclamation competition, Jiang Shao had never revealed his star map. Was he pretending to be mysterious? Playing to the gallery? Special tactics? Hiding his strength? Or perhaps, he simply wanted to cover up his flaws and didn't want to expose his secrets in front of everyone? There were many different opinions on this point. On the other hand, Jiang Zhao's team members and practical teachers were tight-lipped. No one revealed any information about Jiang Shao. Due to the fact that Jiang Shao had never displayed the star map in front of the public before, everyone began to guess if it was a gimmick created by Jiangbin High School. In the barren land in the north, no one paid attention to them. Hence, Jiangbin High School came up with a stupid plan to create stars to attract attention? Does Jiang Shao really only have 9 star slots? Indeed, he has only displayed 8 star techniques in front of the public. However, no one believed that Jiang Shao could absorb the silver quality countercurrent light and the gold quality sound of silence. Why didn't he absorb the brass quality enmity before those 2 star techniques? Who is he trying to fool? Brass quality enmity is the easiest star technique to absorb from the fallen shadow which star bead. You didn't absorb enmity, but directly absorbed the gold quality sound of silence? According to Jiang Zhao's growth experience, they learned from Gao Aimin that Jiang Shao had already lit up 3 star slots when he entered the military training, Green Glow, Blessing, and Bell. Through the military training finals, they could tell that Jiang Shao clearly had the star technique imprint, which was why he could guide the direction of the medical light wave. Hence, either Gao Aimin was lying, or Jiang Shao already had 2 star techniques in 1 star slot. Was that the reason why he had 9 star techniques in the nebula stage? At the end of the day, everyone held a deep grudge against the mysterious toxic healer of Beijiang. Have you ever seen a high school student who has never lit up his star map? This kid is toxic. He's extremely toxic. When they were in Beijiang, there were many people who shielded the siblings from the wind and rain on the surface and in the dark. However, Jiang Shao was destined to attract more attention during the National League. Hai Tianqing used the excuse of preparing for the competition to reject all interviews. Besides, the group of children were students and not celebrities. There was no need for them to be known by the public. However, Jiang Shao felt that there was no need to hide it. So what if he directly announced that he had 2 star techniques in 1 star slot? Principal Yen knew about it. Yes, I'm just that lucky. As for the reason that he did not light up his star map, Jiang Zhao's explanation had always been the same. It was because of inferiority. That was an interesting word, inferiority. Okay. I have to put joining the army on the agenda after graduation. I hope I can grow well under second last's protection. Jiang Shao did not reveal his secrets to the public because he was afraid of the unknown. He didn't know what kind of attitude and reaction the outside world would have towards him. Perhaps the country would value Jiang Shao and treat him as a key candidate to be groomed, giving him inexhaustible resources. Perhaps the country would ask something of Jiang Shao and do something interesting to him, allowing him to take a completely different path in life in the future. Or perhaps there were countless possibilities in front of Jiang Shao. Would he dare to take the risk? This was his real life, and it concerned his future. If you were in his shoes, would you dare to take the risk? What if things didn't go according to your expectations after a round of analysis? Society was complicated, and it was not a matter of 1 + 1 is equal to 2. The human heart was not mathematics and could not be calculated. Jiang Shao only hoped that he would have grown to a certain extent before everything was made public and he was prepared to face the unknown reactions of society. This was the normal reaction of a person who was responsible for himself. At the same time, Jiang Shao hoped that he could expand his connections in the Guardians of the Night and make some good friends. After all, he was a healer who was a scarce resource everywhere. In that regard, Jiang Shao had a natural advantage. Of course, it would be even better if he could get close to some big shot. Okay, it's decided. Goal: groom second last to become the leader of the Guardians of the Night. Wait a minute, does this girl have a flaw in her personality? Logically speaking, even if you're a soldier, you have to be more sociable if you want to be a leader, right? How can someone like second last, who only has combat effectiveness and battle achievements, be a leader? Alright. His plan to nurture her was ruined as soon as it was put on the agenda. All of these were Jiang Zhao's plans for the future. Of course, the best situation for Jiang Shao was that he wouldn't be forced to reveal the information. Seems like I have to be more careful in the future. After sending Han Jiangxue to the ideal university, I'll keep a low profile. No matter what, there's no harm in keeping a low profile. Wait a minute. Jiang Shao suddenly thought of a serious problem. He did want to keep a low profile, but what if his abilities didn't allow him to? Jiang Shao did attract some attention, but among the 800 contestants, Jiang Shao could only be considered a small pebble that did not cause much of a stir. There was only one paparazzi who took the risk to sneak in to get information about Jiang Shao, which was not as many as the reporters who wanted to interview Han Jiangxue in the past 2 days. After all, strength was everything in this world. After all, Han Jiangxue had 30-star slot. When the team from Great Bay High School of Nanyue Province arrived and Yuan Qinghua entered the hotel, the number of paparazzi below increased again. No one knew where they came from. An unprecedented galaxy stage powerhouse had appeared. Several people suddenly appeared in front of the hotel that was initially empty, holding up their cameras and snapping away. In the end, they were all chased away by the staff. The female paparazzi who had just been carried out by the staff almost burst into tears. Just as she took the elevator down, Yuan Qinghua and her team happened to take the elevator up, which was less than 20 seconds apart. The people from Great Bay High School of Nanyue Province squeezed into the elevator and a girl cursed. Damn it, what bad luck! The girl's Mandarin was very standard, and no one could tell where she was from. The team leader and the team members looked at each other without saying a word. A reporter almost shoved the microphone into her mouth just now. Hearing the girl's continuous cursing, Yuan Qinghua still tried to persuade her. Compared to the girl's Mandarin, Yuan Qinghua's Mandarin was not very standard. If she spoke in Nanyue, it would probably be smoother. Yuan Qinghua said carefully, "Deng Xiang, calm down." It could be seen that although Yuan Qinghua was powerful and had advanced to the galaxy stage, she had a good personality. She was not as overbearing and domineering as one would imagine. She did not bully the weak. The girl called Deng Xiang opened her mouth and seemed to have thought of something. In the end, she stroked her short hair and stopped cursing. The group walked out of the elevator and happened to bump into Jiang Zhao's team in the hall. A staff member was smiling and apologizing to the team. "Sorry, it's our fault for disturbing you." The staff member apologized politely, making Jiang Shao and the others feel a little embarrassed. Be it because of the strict requirements of the organizers or the requirements of the hotel, their service attitude was really good. Deng Xiang interrupted the staff member's apology. Still angry, she said angrily, "Hey! Where's room 2324? The staff member was stunned by the sudden question. He had clearly not recovered from his state of apology. "I'm asking you where room 2324 is. Don't you understand?" Deng Xiang asked. "Don't you work here?" Xia Yan said in displeasure, "We're chatting. Can't you see?" Deng Xiang stared at Xia Yan and answered in disdain, "So what if you guys are chatting? I'm asking where room 2324 is." Xia Yan barked angrily, "Are you blind?" Deng Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say?" Jiang Shao said meekly. She asked if you're blind. Deng Xiang was dumbfounded. Do I not understand the meaning of this sentence? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.